Let's go live a little bit early, y'all. Still feeling under the weather, but I'm trying to push past this. So let's get it started. Before we start today's live, we're gonna look or listen to one of the songs that I did called Fuck the Government. I hope y'all enjoy it on your way in while we wait for notifications to be sent back out.
High quality beats.
Before riding, I wired up gases and chlorine. Drop crack in the 80s, try to make my people all fiends. They lock us up, kill us off, and get off like it's nothing. They give you the tools you need to self-sabotage and destroy your dreams. I say, fuck the government. One time, fuck the government. You're louder, fuck the government. They hear you, fuck the government. They whitewash our kids in these schools, pledging they believe the land of the free. Don't let gloomy rock community. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace.
Fuck the government, cause they stay on that bullshit. Breaking up families using a joint child support to conquer and divide. And at the same time, they at these schools programming our kids in from birth. Massive shots filled with mercury and shit. Why can't they just let us live? Why do they despise us and their only answer is to kill? Man, let's be real, addicted to this knowledge like it's crack. So I'm only speaking facts. Still from the poor and call it tax. All these organs made me back. Give a nigga life just for respect. Demonize our heritage and call it facts. They call us savages like that's how we act. Been 400 years and we still under attack. Ancestors buried without a plaque. But America was built up their back. You tell me be quiet when I snap. But it just ain't America. It's all over the map. So fuck the government. Fuck the government.
Before riding, I wired up gases and chlorine. Drop crack in the 80s, try to make my people all fiends. They lock us up, kill us off, and get off like it's nothing. They give you the tools you need to self-sabotage and destroy your dreams. I say, fuck the government. One time, fuck the government. You're louder, fuck the government. They hear you, fuck the government. They whitewash our kids in these schools, pledging they believe the land of the free. Don't let gloomy rock community. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace.
It's really so despicable. The police are reaping criminals, no longer word of mouth, because now it's also visible. Killing innocent people has now become permissible. In fact, it happens every day, almost like a ritual. Your job is to uphold the law like you were sworn to do. Not to use every nigga as target practice to shoot. Were you bullied as a kid? Or daddy never loved you? Shit, tell me what it is, cause this just ain't gon' work. Bitch, you ain't God, cause you got that badge on your shirt. You clock in every day like the next man to work. So get off that high horse and stop using your power to tear people down. Right now, your only plan is to devour. My heart goes out to everyone that lost a loved one to a coward ass cop with a motherfucking gun.
Before riding, I wired up gases and chlorine. Drop crack in the 80s, try to make my people all fiends. They lock us up, kill us off, and get off like it's nothing. They give you the tools you need to self-sabotage and destroy your dreams. I say, fuck the government. One time, fuck the government. You're louder, fuck the government. They hear you, fuck the government. They whitewash our kids in these schools, pledging they believe the land of the free. Don't let gloomy rock community.
No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace.
My name is Cynthia Howell. I'm the niece of Alberta Sproul, who was killed May 16, 2003. Although our family is the only family that we know of thus far that has received a full-fledged apology from the mayor and the police department, some little consolation when no one was ever held accountable. The police officers were merely transferred to another borough and another police precinct, still gainfully employed.
What's good, Royal Family? So y'all already know what it is. I'm feeling like shit, literally. Okay, the song that we just listened to though was "Fuck the Government" by myself, aka Cash Me Out. That is my artist name. But hold on, we gotta. What the fuck? Okay, so this is day 2 of the trial. I did compile this video already and stuff like that. So I edited it and things like that. Now this one, I may not give as much commentary because I'm barely holding on, y'all. I did go to the ER, not the ER, the urgent care, and got a COVID test. I ain't got COVID, but I'm sick as hell, child. And they gave me some codeine and garmifazine shit. I just went and got me some Mucinex. I didn't even feel that shit because I'm codeine is like heroin, bro. I'm good. I don't want to end up like MU. But anyway, so I'm barely holding on. Y'all could probably hear it in my voice or whatever. I got Vicks all over my chest and under my nose. So I'm definitely not gonna cam up. But we doing this for this child. We're doing this, so that we can get the word out about how just anal and just fucking abusive and negligent and just shitty ass parents can compromise their own child's life without even giving any type of care. Obviously we saw that in the courtroom yesterday and things like that. So again, if I'm going to be repeating the same thing that I repeated in part 1, I probably won't give commentary on that, but I'm here. The non-commentary version is on Queen's Throne. Some of y'all went and supported. Thank you. I don't expect y'all that watch the commentary version to go over there, but at least go hit the like or something like that so that it gets out to more people. I do appreciate it. I do want to offer a commentary version with my thoughts as well as the non-commentary version so that you guys can, if you want to, form your own opinion and, challenge me if you want. If you feel like there's something maybe that I missed or I'm not, getting the gist of something or whatever, that's fine. So that is there. And salute again to those that are pulling up for these streams that are not about drama. I do see you guys, and I'm doing this for you as well. So let's continue on day 2 of the Dawan Ferguson trial. The first 15 minutes again is 15 minutes of facts, and then we'll get into the trial. Much love, y'all. Make sure that you hit that like button so that the notifications can get out to more people. I appreciate your guys' support, and I did get some more donations after I got off live and throughout the day today, so I do appreciate that as well. Let's get into it, y'all. Let's go.
The 9-year-old boy with disabilities went missing in 2003. Prosecutors now say Dawan Ferguson killed him.
Truly remarkable events unfolding today about a story, a horrific story that our region has been following now for more than 15 years. But I can tell you that Dawan Ferguson is in custody here at the jail right now, being held on no bond, accused of knowingly causing the death of his own son, Christian Ferguson, that according to the charging documents I pulled from the courthouse. Christian Ferguson, as we will all remember, was disappeared on the morning of June 11, 2003, just 9 years old with extreme mental and physical limitations that required proper medication and nutrition. Now, prosecutors say that Dawan withheld some of that treatment for more than 2 years, from January 2001 to June 2003, and that without that care, Christian, he probably would have died, they say, within 48 to 72 hours. Now, back in 2003, Dawan claimed that he had stopped to use a payphone near the St. Louis City-County line and that a carjacker stole the SUV that Christian was in the back seat of. Now, that young boy, he was never seen again, despite exhaustive efforts over all these years by many, many different law enforcement agencies. Now, this is the first time that Dawan Ferguson has been charged in this case, though some of Christian's family, they have long suspected that he was involved. Now, it is still unclear tonight what new evidence, if any, has come up that might have led to these criminal charges. Christian's body, as we have since heard, has still not been found.
Well, it's been more than 16 years since the disappearance of Christian Ferguson. Today, his dad was charged with his murder.
Yeah, Morgan, even after all these years, police still have not found Christian's body. But today, prosecutors announced they're charging his dad with first-degree murder. His family has long suspected he knew more than he told police.
Christian has short-cropped hair and was wearing a diaper wrapped in a multicolored blanket.
Police recovered the SUV hours later, but the little boy hasn't been seen since.
What goes through my mind is, why is it taking so long?
Christian's mom said she long suspected his dad, Dawan Ferguson, knew more than he told police.
I would say he came up missing, but he didn't come up missing. And that's what really angers me.
St. Louis County prosecutors charged Dawan Ferguson with first-degree murder. They say he didn't provide proper nutrition and medical treatment for his son from January 2001 to June 2003. We learned that Christian's stepmother filed for divorce from Dawan Ferguson after receiving an order of protection against him. Prosecutors say a fresh set of eyes on this case helped lead them to this murder charge, but they haven't told us yet what new evidence they may have uncovered.
It's the case of a missing child that has haunted St. Louis for nearly 20 years, may be nearing a conclusion, at least a partial one.
Yeah, Christian Ferguson has never been found, but jury selection has just begun.
The hallways outside the courtroom were packed with potential jurors all day long. They were called in for questioning one at a time. A jury is expected to be seated for this long-awaited trial. The pool of 120 potential jurors will be reduced to just 12. They'll decide the fate of 49-year-old Dawan Ferguson, who was just 30, when his 9-year-old son Christian disappeared from North County in June of 2003. Christian had a genetic disorder. The first-degree murder charge filed in October of 2020 says Dawan Ferguson knowingly caused Christian's death by failing to provide necessary nutrition and medication. In a court document, an investigator says Christian would likely have died within 48 to 72 hours without his medication.
My grandson was left in his tender loving care as a father. So anything that transpired while he's in his custody, he's responsible.
But really quick, the news just said he would have died in, 24 to 48 hours or whatever they said, right? Without the medication. But yesterday we heard that one of the nurses testified, or the distributors of medication testified, that like his medicine had been stretched out for 500 days. They'd only given medicine for a year, and somehow it was stretched out for over 500 days. That's crazy.
Directly and indirectly.
Potential evidence includes Fox 2 video of this car where Dawan Ferguson said his SUV was carjacked with his son inside. The car was owned at the time by Dawan Ferguson's girlfriend at the time. Investigators wonder why it was there. Court documents show the judge will allow recorded conversations between Christian and his mother from June of 2003 to be admitted as evidence. Documents also show Dawan Ferguson's motion to dismiss for taking so long to prosecute him has been denied. His motion to reduce his bond so he could potentially get out of jail while awaiting trial was also denied. Dawan Ferguson remains jailed on a $5 million bond. He's also charged with child molestation and statutory rape in another case. His trial in that one is set for August.
Happening right now, a day-long memorial for Christian Ferguson. More than 16 years after he vanished, he is the boy with disabilities who went missing back in 2003. Today would have been his 26th birthday. Right now, people are gathering in Christian's memory for a memorial on Sylvan Place near Natural Bridge. Now, the boy's body has never been found, and it was just last week that St. Louis County prosecutors charged his father, you see him here, Dawan Ferguson, with first-degree murder and took him into custody.
For the last 16 years or so, one thing remained very, very consistent is that Christian Ferguson's mom, Theda, would always celebrate his birthday every single year as she was still figuring out exactly what happened to her son. The memorial is now set up in the last place that Christian was seen, and that's here in Pine Lawn. Now, of course, the house that was here is now gone, but the memorial has been set up since about 4 o'clock this morning. Now, the Christian Ferguson mystery is one that if you knew about it in St. Louis, it completely broke your heart, and everyone wanted to know exactly where this boy went. Now, his family is still remembering him now 16 years ago. Right now, he would have been 26 years old. Now, it's important to note that though Christian's father, Dawan, is now charged in this murder mystery, it is still unclear exactly where Christian remains are left right now. Nonetheless, murder charges are filed, and his mother, Theda, is still remembering her son. Years ago, she actually started an organization called Looking for an Angel, who remembered Christian's birthday every year, and this year is no different, but it's coming just a little bit less harder due to murder charges now being filed.
How could I have phrased my words, or what could I have done to make this day come sooner? Or did I do everything and there were powers beyond my control that were just strictly prohibiting justice from transpiring? So I have a lot of questions, but I'm glad that change has come.
Even through all of this, even with the murder charges, she's still asking questions this morning. Now, once again, this memorial is now being set up right outside of here. She's asking anyone if you would like to bring out any flowers or anything, you are more than welcome to.
Ferguson's father is now charged with his murder.
The 9-year-old disabled boy disappeared more than 16 years ago, and Fox 2's Chris Renier joins us live in Clayton with what Christian's mother is saying about today's major developments in this long-going case. Chris.
John and Shirley, from Christian's mother to multiple authorities, the focus here this afternoon was on getting justice for Christian. These court documents say Dawan Ferguson killed his own son by basically not giving him what he needed to survive. Ferguson is now facing a first-degree murder charge, and tonight is jailed here at the Justice Center.
I knew that justice was on its way, but I'm in shock.
That is Christian Ferguson's mother, Theda Person, reacting to murder charges being filed against 46-year-old Dawan Ferguson, Christian's father. Court documents say Dawan Ferguson, who had full custody of Christian, left his home with him on June 11th of 2003, and Christian was never seen again. Christian was just 9 years old. The documents say that Christian had a genetic disorder which required that he receive proper nutrition and medication, and that Dawan Ferguson knew this. The documents say from approximately January 16th of 2001 until June 18th of 2003, Dawan Ferguson failed to provide Christian with proper nutrition and medication, and that Christian would have died within 48 to 72 hours without the medication he needed. Just after 6 in the morning on June 11th of 2003, Dawan Ferguson called 911 from a payphone at Page and Skinker, saying someone had carjacked his SUV with Christian inside. The SUV was found later that same day, but after an extensive search, Christian was never found. Bell would not elaborate on what, if any, new evidence has come to light, and he also acknowledged that Christian has not been found. Nonetheless, the case is moving forward.
We have determined that we're going to look at cases with a fresh set of eyes, and this is a case where we feel that the evidence compels us to seek justice for Christian, and that's what we're going to do.
I know that a lot of people believe that justice will be served, and though justice seemed to be delayed, may justice be served.
I spoke this afternoon with John Rogers. He's the attorney who represented Dawan Ferguson early on in the investigation. He is not officially representing Ferguson now, but he says he has spoken with Dawan Ferguson and he maintains his innocence. Rogers says charging Dawan Ferguson is a serious mistake. Ferguson is being held here tonight with no bond.
Nearly 2 decades after the 9-year-old disappeared in North St. Louis County.
Dawan Ferguson is facing first-degree murder charges in his son's disappearance.
Christian Ferguson was in the company of his father, Dawan Ferguson, when Christian disappeared back in June of 2003. In fact, Dawan Ferguson told police at the time that he had stopped his vehicle at a payphone to make a phone call. That happened along Page near Skinker, near the border of St. Louis and Wellston, when Christian disappeared. Dawan Ferguson told police his SUV was stolen, with Christian still sleeping in the back seat. Now, the '99 Ford Expedition was located 2 hours later that morning on Ron Barr Lane in Ferguson, but Christian was nowhere to be found. Police and volunteers searched frantically for the boy, but to this day, he has never been located. Now, 16 years later, in 2019, the St. Louis County prosecuting attorney charged Dawan Ferguson with first-degree murder in this case.
Okay, there we go then. Okay, that makes sense from yesterday. So they charged him in 2019, but he didn't end up going to trial until 2022.
According to the probable cause statement, Dawan failed to provide Christian with the proper nutrition and medication that he needed from January of 2001 through June of 2003.
Today, jury selection starts for Dawan Ferguson. He's the man charged with murdering his son, Christian Ferguson, who had special needs.
Jury selection is set to take place in Division 1 here a little later this morning. We understand that process could continue into tomorrow. Take a look at some past video of Dawan Ferguson walking with his attorney. Ferguson is charged with first-degree murder and child abuse resulting in death. Dawan Ferguson was originally charged with Christian's murder back in 2019, but then the charge was dropped and refiled the very next day in 2020.
Okay, that makes sense as well.
This whole case started way back on June 11th of 2003. That's when investigators say Dawan called 911 from a payphone saying someone had carjacked his SUV with Christian inside. Police later found the SUV, but not Christian. Christian, who was just 9 years old at the time, had a rare genetic disorder and could not walk or talk. Court documents say Christian would have died within 48 hours without his proper medication. Here is some of what Christian's mother, Theda Person, told us back in 2020 about the case against Dawan.
My gut feeling is that they will definitely get a conviction. I feel that God prepared me for a conviction. I had no idea I'd wait this long to get right.
Now, I weighed in yesterday, kind of harsh on the mother. I don't know. So if you missed that one, please go watch part 1.
Here.
The murder trial of Dawan Ferguson. He is charged in the death of his 9-year-old son, Christian Ferguson, who disappeared in 2003 and was never found.
Christian Ferguson, that little boy who went missing some 20 years ago with a rare metabolic condition. Today, Dawan Ferguson, his father, charged in the opening day of the trial. He was charged with first-degree murder after Christian vanished June 11th, 2003. Now, on that morning, Dawan Ferguson had called 911 from a payphone alleging a carjacker made off with his 1999 Ford Expedition with Christian inside. The child has never been found. Monday in downtown Clayton, jurors hearing from a number of witnesses, including nurses who had tended to Christian at Dawan's home some 20 years ago. They testified Monday about the conditions Christian would be found in, wearing the same clothing after the weekend from the Friday before, smelling of urine, wearing 2 diapers. Some nurses telling the court how they would take Christian home and bathe and clean him, giving him clothes from their own children. Prosecutors today trying to prove neglect for the child that needed round-the-clock care. Now, we'll hear first from Christian's mom, Theda Person, when questioned about people coming forward with potential information over the years on her missing son. And then we're going to hear from a nurse. Now, one of those nurses today testifying that she feared Dawan Ferguson some 20 years ago. At the time, he was working as a bounty hunter. Jurors today are going to be allowed to consider an alternate charge of first-degree child abuse resulting in death. Now, neglect was the focus today for prosecutors. This trial expected to last all week long in Judge Brian H. May's courtroom.
46-year-old Dawan Ferguson, now accused of abusing and raping 2 young girls over 13 years, starting back in 2000. One of the girls became pregnant, had a child as a result of this. The new charges come nearly 3 weeks after Ferguson was charged in the killing of his son, Christian Ferguson. The 9-year-old went missing back in 2003. Back then, his father told police someone drove off with his SUV with Christian inside of it. It was later found without the boy. Christian's body has never been found.
The man facing charges for killing his disabled son will not be leaving jail anytime soon. Christian Ferguson went missing in 2003, and prosecutors believe his father, Dawan Ferguson, is responsible for his death. Now they plan to press new charges by tomorrow for sexually assaulting 2 minors. A judge denied bond for Ferguson today after these new accusations.
At this time.
All right, so I had said yesterday that we will come back for the sexual assault situation, which is a separate case, clearly. I don't think that went to trial, but he was convicted, spoiler alert, of his son's murder, and also in a separate case of child molestation. So we're picking up with the end portion of day 2. We'll move through day 3, and I think that's where this ends off. And then tomorrow, I gotta edit the video, but tomorrow we'll come back for day 4 and then closing arguments and the completion of the case. So just to let you guys know, let's go with part 2.
The state is seeking to admit States Exhibit 11, which are certified records from the U.S. Department of Commerce, from the National Centers for Environmental Information.
All right, and state your objection, if any.
Yes, sir, I do object. These records are hearsay, and they are testimonial in nature, which violates Mr. Ferguson's Sixth Amendment right. So I would ask for these records to not be admitted.
All right, so we have discussed this during the break, so the court will overrule the objection. Exhibit 11 shall be admitted in evidence. And is there a particular data point or something that you wanted to, you might want to explain what those records are to me again, please?
Yes, Your Honor. These are records from the National Center for Environmental Information. And these records contain, particularly on the first page, and then explain subsequently, that on the day of June 11th, 2003, the sunrise was clocked at 5:36 a.m.
All right, thank you.
So Freely, if you can introduce yourself to the jury for me and tell them a little bit
Now, I don't know why the sunrise mattered, but okay.
about your background.
My name's Officer Charles Freely with the Arnold Police Department. I've been a police officer for approximately 22 years. Started out with the city of Ferguson in possibly 2016. The city of
And so in 2003, you were employed as a police officer in the city of Ferguson, correct? Ferguson, I'm sorry. I'm going to draw your attention back to June 11th of 2003. Do you remember responding to a report of a suspicious vehicle on that date?
I do.
And do you recall what time it was? I know it's been about 20 years, but...
Approximately 7 o'clock in the morning.
And why do you recall it was about 7 o'clock?
It was shortly after shift change, and it started at 6:30.
And so had you just gone on shift or started that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you responded to a call of a abandoned vehicle, what did you reply, or where did you respond to that location? What location was that at?
It was a dead end street, a Ron Bar. You want me to describe further?
When you say dead end street, was it a large neighborhood? Was it a small street of small houses?
Small street, small house.
Okay. And when you responded, what car did you find, or did you find a car?
I found a maroon Ford Explorer Expedition. It was unoccupied. Ran the plate and came back as a stolen vehicle.
Okay. I may approach, Your Honor.
You may.
And just to be clear, this is on June 11th, about 7 o'clock in the morning. And what are those pictures of?
The vehicle I located for the suspicious auto call.
And that you ran the plates on and was reported stolen?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that a true and accurate depiction of the vehicles that looked that day?
It is.
And the way the street looked that day?
It is.
Will you tell me, I know you said that it was a dead-end street, a small street. Where would you call Ron Bar an easy-to-locate side street?
No, I wouldn't.
I don't even think
All right, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, I looked at the State's Exhibits 12 through 16 of that, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. So State's Exhibits 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 shall be admitted in evidence. Cross-examination.
Yes.
I do agree that the nurses that cared for the victim, Christian Ferguson, did care about him. However, I do kind of feel like the ball was dropped on getting him care, like reporting that there was a problem with the father, not, getting the meds, not keeping the doctor's appointments, not caring for him when they weren't there. Because yesterday the nurses had testified that, they were bringing him food, they were bringing him clothes, all type of other stuff, and that they were concerned. They are mandated reporters. However, obviously this boy still ended up losing his life. So I just think that they should have, reported it. Now, the nurses, some of them, or at least one of them, did state that she had told the company that she works for. But if the company that she worked for, didn't really get any results, I think that also as a mandated reporter, she maybe should have took it a step further before she did. But I do think that they really cared for that boy. Like, it wasn't just a paycheck.
Let's talk a little bit more about the vehicle. Did you inventory the vehicle?
I don't believe I did.
Did you examine its contents when you were there on Ron Bar?
From the exterior.
You didn't do any searching inside the car?
I believe. I actually don't recall.
You don't recall?
See, and that's interesting because if you remember yesterday, they claimed that the son, Dawan claimed that the son was basically laying down in the back seat with the blanket over his head. And it's interesting. I want to know, did they search the car? Because did they find a blanket or anything to also substantiate what he was claiming? Obviously, we know that he wasn't really carjacked. He used that as, a way to act like his son was kidnapped. In reality, this child was labeled as missing for a great amount of time. They still have not even found the child's body, but went through with the trial. So I also, at the same time, I could understand why in 2019 they didn't, the case why they needed to come back in 2020 and actually refile the case, because if they filed it, and the jury wasn't going with what they were saying, basically, and he wasn't found guilty, then they could not retry him for the death of his son. It would have had to be another charge. That's basically what I'm saying.
Do you remember coming in for a deposition?
I do.
June the 3rd of this year?
I do.
May I approach her?
You may. Did you look inside of the vehicle? I remember doing an inventory for towing it, and I didn't remember anything specific except the exception I found odd, and I just remember this. It was a bulletproof vest.
So you testified back on the 3rd that you found a bulletproof vest inside the vehicle.
I remember.
Now, the fact that he found a bulletproof vest inside the vehicle, it could substantiate that Dawan Ferguson claimed that he was a bounty hunter at that time, and it could substantiate that.
Bulletproof vest being in.
What's good, observing stuff? I'm sick as hell, y'all, but I'm here.
Do you recall where it was in the vehicle?
I don't. I believe it was behind the driver's seat.
A bulletproof vest is something people in law enforcement use, right?
Yeah.
So to the average thief, this looked like a detective or a cop's car?
That'll be 16.
Based on your
So really quick, I just want to point out that this is the defense's team
training and experience,
questioning this officer right here.
thieves are a little bit more reluctant to steal property from law enforcement, right?
That's simple.
Living proof.
All right, thank you. Any redirect? All right, thank you, officer.
No, I think that was kind of pointless because they didn't even get to if there was a blanket in the back seat, because if the child was kidnapped, I highly doubt that the kidnappers would wrap him up in the blanket and take the blanket. That was my point.
Free to go. Be safe. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, good morning, Ms. Johnson. So I'm going to draw your attention back to June 11th of 2003. Did you live on a street called Ron Bar at that time?
Right.
Okay. And who lived with you on Ron Bar in 2003?
My boyfriend.
Can you speak in the microphone? I'm having a hard time hearing you. Sorry.
My boyfriend and my 2 kids.
Okay. And so did you have a normal morning routine back in June 11th of 2013 or 2003?
Yes.
And what was your normal routine?
Well, he would get up, go to work. I get the kids up, and they can make it there for school.
Okay. And what time did you usually wake up?
I usually got up around 5 o'clock in the morning.
And why did you wake up at 5 a.m.?
Normally?
Yes.
Because normally, it's just enough time to get myself together and get the kids ready.
Okay. And on June 11th of 2003, did something happen that was different that morning?
Yes, I heard a screech outside of my house.
Okay. Were you up at this point?
I was up, but I was still laying in the bed.
And where was your bed in relation to the street?
Next to the window that faces.
Okay. You said you had a screech?
Yes.
And then what did you do after you heard the screech?
I looked out the window.
And when you looked out the window, what, if anything, did you see?
I seen some headlights to the left. Taillights, I'm sorry, not headlights. Taillights to the left. And some lights that flashed through my window beforehand. Okay.
Right. Like, why would you try to testify with this shit on your face? Now, the stenographer that's sitting right here, oftentimes that's why the stenographer looks at the person that's talking, because in reality, I think they read their lips. Like, they hear them, but it also helps them to, type and remember what was typed. I don't know why. I just think that. I've just noticed that over all the trials that I watch. But at this time, this is the prosecutor that's questioning. I believe this is a neighbor.
The lights had flashed through the window before I had the screech of going up the street like somebody had made a turn or something. I'm not sure what happened with that, but I seen some tail lights at the top of the street, and when I looked to the right, I seen the car sitting on the street.
Okay. And if you saw that car again, would you recognize it?
Yes.
What was that car that you saw at the top, sitting at the street?
At the top of the street?
Yes. Outside by your house. What was the car that you saw?
Because I didn't see the car at the top of the street.
I'm sorry, the house that you saw by the house.
Okay, that was a red SUV.
Okay. And if you saw that vehicle again, would you recognize it?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I may approach the witness. I'm going to show you some of our case 6, 12, 13, 14, and 16.
Looks like some picture evidence.
And that's not a true and accurate picture of the vehicle you saw in your street.
Yes.
You may just let us know for the record which exhibit.
Now they're gonna put it on the projector so the jury can see it.
Is this a picture? What's this picture of?
The car at the bottom of the street is toward, it faces the train tracks. The car is facing the train tracks. It's like some trees that way, and then the train tracks sit at the bottom of the hill.
Now, in 2003, Ms. Johnson, how long have you lived on Monmouth?
For 4 years.
Would you call it a small street?
Yes, it's a small street.
How many houses are on the street?
8.
8. Did you recognize most of the cars your neighbors had?
Section relevant.
Overruled.
Yes.
Did you recognize this belonging to the
No.
Which exhibit are you publishing? Thank you.
Now you can't see your house.
No.
But where is your house located?
My house is on the other side of the house where the tall tree is. The tall tree is actually not in that yard. It looks that way from there, but it's a little further back.
But is that the way that should be? That's what it's parked?
Section leading.
Sustained.
Yes.
Now, if you remember, the prosecutor right here that's asking her questions is the same woman yesterday that towards the end literally picked up the microphone and was like walking around in that little area with the microphone basically in her throat. So today, instead, she moves far as fuck away from the mic. Child.
That is the picture of the car that was found today. Yes. But, no, that's not my house. That was my neighbor's house. Did not know their names at that time.
And you said you were up 5 a.m.
Section leading.
I think it's just recapping her earlier testimony. So overruled. Maybe you can answer.
Yes.
Do you remember if it was light or dark outside?
It was not quite all the way light and not quite dark. So, kind of dusky.
Nothing further on.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Just a few questions for you. So you've testified, you noticed headlights shining through the window, heard a screech.
Yes.
Later on that day, you learned that this red SUV that we've just looked at was connected to the disappearance of a boy.
Right.
And you wanted to be helpful in that case.
Well, they came to my door that morning.
And you wanted to help.
Not later.
When did they come to your door?
That morning.
You wanted to help.
I'm going to answer the questions that I'm asked. So it wasn't about being helpful. I didn't know exactly what was going on at that time. I just answered the questions that was asked of me.
By the time you got to your window that morning and looked out past the curtains and the blinds, you couldn't see what kind of car it was, could you?
Yeah, that objection will be sustained.
When you looked out your window, did you have to remove any window covering first?
Yes. Well, not remove it. I just looked through the crack of it.
To peek out?
Yes. Look to look out.
You couldn't see what kind of car it was at that point.
You mean, what car says? Which car are you talking about?
Okay, now I'm kind of seeing why at first the prosecution stated what time the sun set. Or you know, was starting to come up or whatever he was saying.
Yes. The car that caught your attention.
No, I could not see anything but the taillights.
In fact, you couldn't describe the car that you heard screech, right?
No.
A bush was in your way or some trees?
No.
Hold on a second. And that'll be sustained.
Was there anything blocking your view?
No, not to my left.
Nothing was in the way?
Not to my left.
When you looked out to see the car that whose headlights you saw that made the screech, nothing was in your way?
I'll overrule the objection. You can answer if you're able, ma'am.
No, there was nothing blocking my way that way.
Didn't she just answer that like 3 times though?
Do you remember coming in for a deposition earlier this month?
Correct.
And you spoke with me and my co-counsel and the prosecutors were there and you swore to tell the truth?
Yes.
Can I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may. And are you approaching with a copy of the transcript of the witness's deposition?
I am, Your Honor.
Alrighty, and then if you would direct us to page and line.
I was able to see a copy of the as in private topics.
Hold on a second. We can't really hear you. So, are you asking her to read from the transcript?
Okay, great.
Why don't you, hold on a second. This is not improper impeachment, okay? So why don't you have the witness read the section and ask her if she recalls saying.
Yeah, what do you want me to do that? Yeah.
So for the record, I was able to see a car parked on the street. I seen a car parked on the street, but I could not, I didn't get a chance to look at the car, just heard the noise. By the time I got to look out the window, because I had blinds and curtains up in the window, so by the time I looked out, then I could not see what kind of car it was. I just seen the car.
Good.
You read that correctly?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Actually, may I direct your attention to one more passage in the deposition?
Could I discuss the vehicle?
Hold on a second. Let's step back. Hey, counsel, please approach for a second.
Apologies for the confusion. Just one more question. It's not clear to you that the red vehicle you've identified in the photos here, or noticed in the photos here, was the vehicle that made the screech and whose lights you saw. Correct?
Are you saying it's the same car?
I'm saying it's not clear to you that it is.
No, it's clear to me that it's not the same car.
Okay. Nothing further.
All right, thank you. Anything further for the witness?
You saw there were 2 cars that were
Yes.
one you saw identified here.
Objection, leading.
Well, I think we're just recapping the testimony and trying to aid the jury, so you can continue overall.
Thank you. One you already identified, it was the red SUV, correct?
Correct.
And then there was another one that you just saw the taillights of and heard what you thought was a screech coming from it.
Correct.
I have nothing further.
All right, thank you. Ms. Tremaine, anything further?
Oh, no,
All right, here. Ms. Tremaine, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Witness may be released. Counsel, witness may be released. All right, thank you. Thank you, ma'am. You're free to go. Have a good day.
My name is Mark, M-L-I-K. Ellis, E-L-L-I-S.
Good morning, Mr. Ellis.
Morning.
Back in 2003, June 11th of 2003, where did you live?
At 326 Roundball Lane, Ferguson.
Okay. And who did you live there with?
My wife and my kids.
Can you speak into the microphone? And have
My wife and kids.
Okay, you can move that a bit if you'd like. Thank you, sir.
And how were you employed at the time?
I was security.
So this man is the woman that just testifies husband.
They all said Husband Corporation.
How long were you employed with them?
Approximately 9 years.
And did you have a shift that you worked with them?
I do believe back then it was 62.
And so what was your morning routine back in 2003, sir?
Normally, when I got off work, what are you talking about?
In the morning.
Normally I would get, I'm a light sleeper. I usually wake up about 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Excuse me. If anything disturbed me, I would wake up even earlier. But normally I get up, I'll walk around the house, see what's going on, walk around outside, I come back and make coffee and relax before I have to go to work.
And so did something happen to change your routine on June 11th of 2003?
I overslept.
You overslept.
I overslept.
Okay. And do you remember what time you woke up? I know it's been 20 years, but.
It's around 4.
Okay. And when you woke up, was it light outside or dark outside?
To believe it was getting light.
Getting light?
Yeah.
Okay. And that, would you say, was that in between time?
Yeah.
And when you woke up, did you notice anything unusual or different outside your house?
Well, when I was in bed, when I rolled over, I just peeked out the window and I saw a vehicle coming out.
Okay. And why did you notice that vehicle?
It wasn't my house. So it was this unusual vehicle that was parked in front of the house.
How long had you lived on Ron Bar in 2003?
Approximately 4 or 5 years, maybe.
Would you say that you're pretty familiar with your neighbors' cars?
Oh, definitely.
And this was not, to your recollection or understanding, one of your neighbors' vehicles?
No, that wasn't that.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 12, 13, 14, and 16. And that is
No, I do apologize if her voice is a little loud during this. She's the one that talks kind of louder, but if I lowered the volume, then we could barely hear what he was saying. So I do apologize about that.
Yes, it is.
And is that a true and accurate depiction of the way your street looks that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that, do you recognize that vehicle in those pictures?
Yes, ma'am. That was the vehicle that was in front of the house.
Is that the way it looked on that day of June 11th of 2003?
Yes, ma'am.
That morning?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You wish to publish?
Yes.
And which one?
16.
All right.
And whose house is this?
That is my house.
And where would your bedroom been?
My bedroom would be right behind the vehicle.
Back here.
Right.
And when you saw that vehicle parked outside of your house that morning, what did you do, sir?
I got up out the bed and immediately just walked around. I was like, I was running late. I was late for work. And I just tried to find out, try to get ready for time and get ready for work. And I was upset that morning. My wife was said, "You need to calm down." Because I hate running late for work.
All right. I have nothing further, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any cross-examination?
Yes, briefly. Good morning.
Good morning.
So you overslept that morning?
Yes, ma'am.
And you usually went outside, walked around a little bit before going to work, but that particular morning you didn't do your usual routine.
Correct.
And you said you were working the 6 to 2 shift back then.
Correct.
And you were running late that day, and you didn't leave until about 6:20. Is that right?
Yes.
And if back on June 11th, 2003, you reported to police that you saw the car outside when you were on your way to work, is there any reason to believe that your memory today would be better than your memory was on that date back in 2003?
I don't recall. I know I talked to the police that evening, but I don't remember what exactly said. But I know it was there when I left.
So if the police report reflects that you saw the car at 6:20 on your way to work?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Any redirect? All right, thank you. A witness may be released.
Yes.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down. You're free to go. Thank you. Thank you. Be safe.
Jerome Dyson, JDROMB, DYSA.
Thank you, sir. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Dyson, will you introduce yourself to the jury and tell them about your occupation?
My name is Jerome Dyson. I'm currently working as a gun violence de-escalator every day.
Sir, would you mind either moving a little closer? I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Can you state that again? I had a hard time hearing you
My
too.
name is Jerome Benson. I'm currently working as a gun violence de-escalator with the Air.
Thank you, sir. And were you previously employed as a police officer in St. Louis City?
Yes.
And how long were you employed with St. Louis City, sir?
About 34 and a half years.
34 and a half years.
Yes.
And so were you employed as such back in 2003?
Yes, I was.
All right. And did you have occasion to get involved in the investigation into a stolen automobile with a child, Christian Ferguson, reported to be inside?
Yes.
Who were you partnered with at the time, or were you partnered with somebody?
Yes, I was Harry Howell.
Okay. And what was the first thing why were you partnered with Harry Howell? Start there.
Actually, he was not an assigned partner. He was actually a new detective. And my job was to assist him, help him, train him.
Okay.
So we worked together, but not technically partners.
Okay. And did you all together respond to, at some point, the home of the Fergusons?
Yes.
And was that on June 11th of 2003?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And why did you respond to that house?
Well, we were sent to the home by the lieutenant because there was a report of a kidnapping that occurred in the city of St. Louis, and the car and the victims that resided in that house.
Okay. And would you consider this a cursory interview with the family?
Yes.
And when you responded to the house, who was present?
There was Monica, who was the wife of the victim. There was two daughters, Deshonda, Tia.
He's saying the victim, but the victim is really the child. That can't be the child's wife. You know what I mean? Because he was 9. He's got to be this guy right here has to be referring to Dawan Ferguson. My bad, y'all. I'm sick as fuck. Dawan Ferguson. For some reason, he's looking at him as the victim. That's interesting. But that's probably because he claims that his car was, like hijacked or whatever, stolen, with his son inside.
And there was a son, Connor, and a sister.
But I also didn't know until today that Monica, yesterday I called him his Dawan's girlfriend, but in reality, I guess they got married after him and the mother of Christian, which is the actual victim in this case, divorced.
Okay. And did you speak with all these people at the home that day?
Yes, we did.
All right. Did Monica, the wife, give you permission to search the house?
So even as the wife, she couldn't do what she needed to do to help take care of things for the kids. I feel like the blame does fall on Dawan Ferguson. He is the father. He had full custody. But, I mean, come on, you're married to this man. It's not just like y'all are dating. Y'all are married. So his, children should also, you should bear some of the responsibility also for their children. You know what you're signing up for.
Or to look at the house?
We eventually did complete the search and we did look at the houses.
And when you looked at the house, did you know anything more about the case other than that it was just a stolen vehicle?
No.
You didn't know what to look for, if anything?
That's correct.
All right. Did you happen to look at Christian's room?
Yes, sir.
And did he share that room with anybody?
With his brother, Connor.
And when you looked at Connor and Christian's room, what, if anything, did you notice about that room?
The room was pretty neat. Christian's bed was made up, but there was a strong odor of urine.
And you said Christian's bed was made?
It seems to be made, yes.
Did you notice anything, any bedspreads or anything with vomit on them? Objection relevant.
Overruled.
Now, how would the defense try to object right there when obviously if the bed was made up and it was vomit or whatever, the fact that there would be vomit or any type of bodily fluids on, his bedding anyway is important in the case because we're dealing with a sick child. If the room smelled like vomit, it just seems like the dad at some point tried to like clean the room so it looked good for when he acted like his car was stolen.
I don't recall anything.
Now, after that first meeting with the family, did you eventually learn that the defendant's SUV had been located on a street by the name of Ron Bar?
Yes.
And when you found that information out, what did you do next?
We began, are you referring to the interview?
Let me go back to this. Did you then, after learning that the SUV was found on Ron Bar, did you have occasion to go back and speak with Monica again?
Yes.
As a result of that information?
Yes.
And why did you go back and speak with Monica after learning that the SUV was found on Ron Bar?
Well, this case was new, and it had some things going on that we were not quite believing.
Objection, Judge.
State your objection.
Speculative and improper opinion.
I'll sustain the objection here. Why don't you just re-ask the question?
Sure. Mr. Reynolds, at some point did you, after learning that SUV had been found on Ron Bar, did you have occasion to go back and speak with Monica about the location of the vehicle on Ron Bar?
Yes.
And during that conversation with you, did she give you the name of a friend of theirs?
Yes.
And who was that friend?
Lakeisha Mays.
And what did she say about what if anything did she say about where Lakeisha Mays lived in relation to Ron Bar?
Objection, hearsay.
Why don't y'all approach, please? Okay. All right, so sustain the objection. You were going to overrule the objection, and you're just going to restate your question.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Did you get information from Monica that led you to send officers to speak with a woman named Lakeisha Mays who lived on Disco?
Based on the location.
I'm going to object to the response.
Restate your question.
You went back and spoke with Monica, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you spoke with her after you learned that the red SUV reported as stolen was found on Ron Bar. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And after speaking with Monica, did you learn of a friend who lived near there?
Yes.
And at that point, did you direct officers to that location of the friend?
Officers were directed, I did. But yes, they were directed to that.
Did you give those officers the name Lakeisha Mays and her address on Disco?
I don't think I gave that name, but the name was given. Lakeisha Mays was given to them. Yes.
And you learned that information from Monica?
Yes.
And nothing further about it.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination.
Good afternoon. So you and Harry Howell went to the Ferguson home that morning, June 11th, 2003?
Yes.
And you spoke with everyone there?
Yes.
And you found the home to be in order? Beck, I think you testified it was fairly neat?
Yes.
And you searched, looked around? Did you see prescription medications and nutrition supplements?
On the original visit, I don't think the medication was of any value to us to look at.
I don't know why the defense is still trying to argue this when we just heard testimony yesterday from nurses that worked with the victim, Christian Ferguson, directly. And they said that he didn't have what he needed. And you know what I mean? But I guess, because dude was, with the police enforcement.
Remember observing them?
Yes.
And you didn't seize any evidence that day?
No.
I mean, why would they be there looking for medicine, though?
You didn't make any arrests.
The police.
And did you later do some additional searching on other days to try and locate Christian?
Yes.
Did that searching include visiting properties, various properties connected with a company named Pyramid Construction?
Yes.
And you didn't find anything of value in those searches, did you?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further.
Thank you, redirect. Detective may step down and be released. Thank you, sir. Good day.
I don't really feel like he offered much.
My name is Donald Reynolds, REY, NOLDS.
And how are you currently employed, Mr. Reynolds?
Currently, I'm employed as a maintenance technician at a high school.
And how were you employed in 2003, sir?
I was employed at that point by the St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department, assigned to the homicide section.
And how long were you with St. Louis City Police Department?
I was with the city for about a little over 20 years.
Okay. Do you recall back in June of 2003, were you called in to assist with the investigation into a missing child, Christian Ferguson?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And what was the, at some point, did you respond and meet with a woman by the name of Lakeisha Mays?
Yes, I did.
And after meeting with Lakeisha Mays, did you learn about her vehicle being missing?
Yes.
And what was her vehicle?
It was a tan Chevy Malibu.
Did you respond to the area of Page and Sneaker at some point during your investigation?
I did.
And why did you respond to the area of Page and Sneaker?
That was the location that phone call was received originally, reporting the incident.
And when you say the phone call, do you mean the 911 phone call?
Yes.
Was made at Page and Sneaker?
Right, there's payphone there.
And when you canvassed that area, did you locate a vehicle?
Yes.
Specifically Lakeisha Mays' vehicle?
Yes.
And where did you find that vehicle?
It was parked on Holdemont, on the east side of the street on Holdemont, just south of Page Avenue.
Let me question.
Yes, ma'am.
And did those accurately depict Lakeisha Mays' car as you saw it that day?
Yes, ma'am.
That was June 11th of 2003.
Yes.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Seeing no objection, states exhibits 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21 shall be admitted in evidence, and you may publish if you'd like to do so.
Yes, that's that tan Chevy Malibu that we located there just on Holdemont.
What is on Audemars? What is that?
In front of you is Page Avenue. At the traffic light. Yes.
Feel free to stand up.
Cars are up there. I'm sorry, where those cars are up there, that's Page Avenue. We're facing northbound right now.
Now, the view of the courtroom did not show the projector at all.
That's pretty much the same thing. We're facing north, just backed up a little bit from the car, going more of the general area behind it, or in front of it, I should say.
Now, looking at this photo, do you remember where the payphone was located?
Yes, payphone that was it's on. There's a building right here where you can see there's 3 white signs. That's the side of the building. On the front of that building, facing Page Avenue, right there at the little corner of the building is where the payphone is.
And what number is that? Okay.
Okay, and again, this is the car. Now you're looking kind of, we'll say a southwest direction at the car there. Once again, the
focus of this is the car, and you're looking you're looking northwest, I guess. You can see those 3 signs I was talking about on the side of that building a little better at this one.
And the payphone is located in front of that first building.
Yes. And again, here the focus is on that vehicle where it's parked. That little tan building with the strange-looking roof, that faces Page Avenue. You're looking at the side of that that's on Hogan on there.
Thank you. And after finding this vehicle, what did you do next? Did you tow it?
Yeah, we had an evidence technician unit come out, and they photographed it, and then we had it towed to the police department's garage, called Fleet Services Garage.
Did you see anything in the vehicle just from looking at it from the outside?
We weren't going to really mess with it too much. We looked at it from the outside. There was some trash bags lining the back seat, and nothing. That was kind of the only thing that was of notice.
Yes. Exhibits 17 through 21 were admitted in there.
Thank
you.
I never heard.
Cross-examination. Go ahead.
And inside the trash bags in the back seat, what did you find? Ultimately,
I believe it was clothing. I wasn't present when those bags were open, though.
nothing.
All right, thank you. Anything else? All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you, Judge.
Good afternoon. Be safe. Thank you. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Haneweekle, how are you currently employed, sir?
I'm a contractor with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
And how were you employed back in June of 2003?
I was a member of the St. Louis Police Department. I was assigned to the Homicide Division.
How long were you in St. Louis City, sir?
26 years.
And back in June, of 2003, you said you were assigned to the Homicide Division?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you at some point called in to assist with the alleged with the alleged car theft and disappearance of Christian Ferguson?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have occasion to respond and to meet with a woman by the name of Lakeisha Mays?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in fact, did you bring Lakeisha Mays where did you bring her? Let me ask you that question.
We conveyed her, myself and my partners, Miss Mays, down to police headquarters at 1200 Clark Street.
Okay. And at some point, she reported her vehicle missing?
It's the same.
Did she at some point report that her vehicle was missing?
I'm going to sustain it again. Maybe restage the question.
Did you at some point locate a vehicle belonging to Miss Mays?
Yes.
Had she reported stolen?
No.
When you found the vehicle, did she know that it was missing?
Yes.
I'm going to show you it's been marked as state's exhibits. And what was her vehicle?
It was a 1998 Chevrolet Malibu.
I may approach, Your Honor.
These are photographs of Lakeisha Mays' 1998 Chevrolet Malibu.
And is that the way it appeared back in 2003?
Yes.
And where were those pictures taken?
This was at 3930 Laclede, the Police Department, Fleet Services Division, our garage.
And do those truly and accurately depict the vehicle back at that time?
Yes.
All right. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Seeing no objection, states exhibits 22, 23, 24, 25 shall all be admitted in evidence and you may approve.
$39.30 Laclede, excuse me, the Police Department, Fleet Services.
Why was the car taken?
It was located. The laboratory division was requested to process it. Yes.
So that's number 23. Okay.
That's another angle of Miss Lakeisha Mays' car.
Did she, when you were going through her car, she was present at some point, correct?
Yes.
Did you identify anything in the car as being not hers?
Yes.
And what did you understand not hers?
There was a black handled folding pocket knife. It was in the console area. And there was a black 4-cell police type flashlight located over in the driver door pocket where maps would be kept.
And was there anything else found in the car in the back seat of the vehicle? Anything else that was in the vehicle?
Yes, those were some white trash bags with clothes in them. She indicated those belonged to her. She said that the last time she saw.
Objection, hearsay.
I'm sorry?
I said hearsay, objection.
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection. But why don't you ask the question again?
This Mays identified these clothes as belonging to her.
Yes.
And there was more than one trash bag full of clothing.
Yes.
Trays and marks. Much more.
In front of the armrest is the black folding knife that I was speaking about earlier. That's another angle of the pocket knife that I was just speaking about.
Show you with the marks by the first runner again.
You may.
Envelope you're opening right now?
This one?
Yes.
This is a evidence bag. It's in my handwriting. I prepared it. Contains the flashlight that I found in the passenger side driver door pocket.
Is that the way it looks back?
Yes.
Any objection?
Now, if you remember, there was some type of statements in the first portion that possibly, maybe, Dawan Ferguson buried his son on a construction site because allegedly he was a bounty hunter, but then he was also a construction worker, maybe at some time, I don't know, but that he could have used possibly that flashlight to go, you know what I'm saying, figure everything out of where he was going to bury the body or put the remains to his son, which still have not been found to this day.
Seeing no objection, State's Exhibit 26 shall be admitted in evidence.
So this was found in the driver's side pocket.
That's a fact, BPR. This case right here is about his son. I don't think that the Dawan Ferguson sexual assault situation went to trial. I think he was just convicted, but we'll be addressing that also in a different stream.
Yeah,
but there was some information about it.
Pocket.
Thank you for that.
They were inside the flashlight.
And what about Station 27?
This is an evidence envelope that I prepared, has my name and DSN on it. This is the black handled pocket knife that I was referring to earlier that was in the center console of the car.
And is that the way you packaged it back in Freedom 2003?
Yes.
And is that the way it appeared?
Yes.
Any objection? Seeing no objection, State's Exhibit 27 shall be admitted in evidence.
That's a fact, BPR. That's a fact. And I think that he did too. Sadly enough, like at this time, there could be a building or something, you know what I mean, over this child's remains. I think it's just trash that, you know, ultimately we still don't know where the child's remains are so that the child can have a proper burial. That's sad.
Thank you. Cross-examination. All right. Thank you. A witness may be released.
Yes, Judge.
All right. You may step down. Thank you, sir.
I mean, because depending on where, he could have also used his headlights as well as the flashlight. Because for a second there, I was thinking like, damn, but he just used just one flashlight to, you know, light up an area to do all this in. But you got to remember when the sun came up, you know what I mean? He obviously did this at night because the flashlight, in my opinion, was used to light the area, but also headlights could have also been used. Yeah, it is. It is very, very sad.
It's Joseph.
That's a fact.
J-O-S-E-H-P or E-P-H. Lamy, L-A-M-I-E.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you employed?
I work at Fox 2.
And did you work for Fox 2 back on June 11th of 2003? Did you retrieve footage of the morning news broadcast covering the disappearance of Christian Ferguson?
I did.
And did you hand that news footage off to St. Louis City Police?
At the request, yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review the news footage from that morning broadcast?
I've seen it, yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? You may. Thank you. Showing the witness what has been marked 29, 30, 30. Mr. Laney, please tell the jury what you're looking at here.
In the morning of the incident, reporter Sean Conroy, and this photo was sent from an assignment to the scene where police had dispatched units. He subsequently, it looks like the timestamp's about 7:40 something, went live with a live report.
Is the witness referring to what exhibit number? 20. Thank you. He's now looking at page 20.
The timestamp on it says 7:48, and that is our logo from the broadcasts that year.
Is it safe to say these are screen grabs of that morning footage?
These are video screen grabs, yes.
And what do you see in State's Exhibit 30?
A payphone.
And is that payphone from the morning news broadcast at the intersection of 8th and Snicker on the morning of June 11, 2003?
It's the payphone referenced by reporter Sean Conroy in his live report, and he specifically referenced that.
Yes. You might take a look at State's Exhibit 31.
In the live report, as Sean reported on the incident, the camera panned to the left as he was talking about where the car had disappeared to or where the suspect had left towards. The camera swung in that direction. So this is a still shot from.
Say the camera moved east, looking into the city, and captured a clip of the street Podemont.
Correct.
And then there's a darker tint to the photo and a circle highlighting a vehicle on that street. Is this just a highlight from the early morning broadcast again?
Yes. Well, no, this is the highlight would be from a subsequent report.
Yes, but this was the morning.
This was video from that morning, yes.
And that video that these are screenshots from, that video was worth of business by KTVI or Fox 2.
Correct.
And all of these screenshots are fair and accurate depictions of that morning broadcast.
Yeah.
And at this time, I move for the admission of State's Exhibit 28, 29, 30, and 31.
No objection.
All right, thank you. So State's Exhibits 28, 29, 30, and 31 shall be admitted in evidence to the wish of the public.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, I believe that the pictures that they're gonna look at, or really the footage that they're referring to, is in the first 15 minutes of facts in this video.
Tell the jury, now that they can see the photo as well, what they're looking at.
It's a frame grab video that was the broadcast that morning as reporter Sean Conroy reported live from the incident that we had diverted him to, which was a reported
I think abduction.
And I got those. Is that a close-up of Fox 5 logo right there?
That's correct. Time, temperature, bug, logo, yes.
Is there anything particular about the way that the crime was displayed on the news in 2000?
Well, only that broadcasting then was analog, so that's a clock that is displayed real time by our engineering from a clock that keeps track of programming and everything else, so it's on real time. The difference is these days with digital conversion, a lot of times if you have a DVR and you pause it, the time and you restart it, the time may not be right when you're looking at it real time. But that's a accurate depiction of the time of that broadcast, yes.
So the broadcast was at 7:48 p.m.
Correct.
Now showing. Is this the payphone in question?
It's the phone referenced in the video that Sean Conroy reported live, yes.
And then we spoke earlier about how the camera in the video pans eastbound into St. Louis, correct?
Correct.
And you mentioned earlier this little highlighting. Do you see that on the photo there?
Yes.
And so that is an image from the 7:48 a.m. broadcast, correct?
Correct.
And pictured there is that tan Chevy Malibu, correct?
Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination.
Just a brief question. I just wanted to clarify something said on direct. So, Stacy, that shows the prevalent portion. Say that this was done on a later broadcast?
The highlighted portion was done in a subsequent broadcast, but his question I thought was, is that the video from the morning? And that is correct, it was the video from that morning.
Okay, so the clip from that morning was then used later to highlight this car?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and the broadcast that was done later that highlighted this car, do you know if it went into discussions about who the car belonged to or anything like that?
I wasn't a part of the editorial process on that particular story. I just know from our archives that that's what that was.
Okay. Nothing further.
Thank you.
A lot of what the defense is, questioning the witnesses about is petty as fuck.
Ms. Schlesinger, anything further? Witness may be released.
Like the police know that was old girl's car.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Have a good afternoon. Be safe. Schlesinger, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Lakeisha Mays.
Hey, Jeanette.
Ms. Mays, I want to ask you a couple questions about something that you've recently had happen to you. Were you recently hospitalized?
Yes, I was.
And as a result of that hospitalization, do you suffer from short-term memory loss?
Yes, I do.
And, however, do you still have your long-term memory?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm going to be asking you about things that may have happened about 19 to 20 years ago.
Right.
So, I understand it might be difficult, but just, do the best you can.
Okay.
At some point, did you live on a street called Disco Drive or Disco Avenue in Ferguson, Missouri?
Yes.
And how long did you live at that house? Did you live or have that residence back in 2003?
Yes, sir.
Do you know somebody by the name of Dawan Ferguson?
Yes, sir.
And do you know somebody by the name Monica Ferguson?
Yes, sir.
At some point in 2003, did you reside with Dawan and Monica Ferguson?
Yes, sir.
And would that be at their residence on Sylvan Place?
Yes.
And was that in the Pine Law area of St. Louis County? Do you remember what months you lived with them on Sylvan Place?
I'm sorry, I don't remember the exact months, but I know that it was just for 2 or 3 months.
but I don't remember the exact months.
When you lived, what would you say, was it during the springtime?
I would say maybe spring or summer. It was warm.
Okay. Where did you stay in the house?
In the basement.
Did you have occasion to go to the upstairs of that house often?
I would not say often. I was able to enter and leave from the basement.
Is that how you would typically come and go from the residence?
Yes.
When you lived in the house, who lived upstairs and who lived downstairs?
Dawan and Monica lived downstairs, and their children lived upstairs.
When you were living at their house on Sylvan Place, did you still have the residence on Disco?
Yes, sir.
And did Dawan Ferguson ever make any offers to you in regard to helping out with payments for that Disco house?
That's irrelevant.
What is your response?
Your Honor, at some points during this trial, the defendant's financial needs have come into question. I'm just going to rebut that.
All right, thank you. Objection will be overruled. You may want to ask the question again.
Thank you. Did Dawan Ferguson offer to pay for your house and utilities on the Disco residence?
Yes.
In early June of 2003, did you move out of the Sylvan Place and go back to your residence on Disco Drive?
Yes.
Did you leave any items of yours at the Ferguson household?
I believe I left some clothing.
Okay. Did you have a vehicle at that time in June? Okay. What kind of vehicle did you have?
It was a Chevy Pontiac.
Ms. Mays, I want to direct your attention to the morning of June 11th of 2003. Do you remember that day?
And say, just off hearing the date, not necessarily, but.
How about I rephrase it this way? Do you remember the day that Christian Ferguson was reported missing by his father?
Yes, I do.
And was that around June 11th, 2003, to the best of your memory?
To the best of my memory, yes, I believe it was.
At some point on that morning, did law enforcement officials come to your residence?
Yes.
And do you know why they were there to speak with you?
Yes, they were there to speak to me regarding Dawan and his son, Christian.
At any point during your conversation with law enforcement, did the question about your vehicle come up? Or did you notice anything about your vehicle?
Yes, I believe that I noticed that it was not in my driveway.
And did you notice this when law enforcement arrived or some other time?
No, I believe it was when law enforcement arrived.
Did anyone other than you have access to that vehicle?
Yes, Dawan had a pair of keys.
Did anyone else?
Yes, I believe my friend Tanae, and I think my mom.
At some point, would these individuals sometimes borrow or use your car?
No.
But they had keys and access to it?
Yes.
Were you
Well, I think he did, and that's how he dumped his truck somewhere after he dumped the body somewhere.
surprised to learn that it was missing?
Yes.
At some point, did you call Dawan Ferguson and ask him about the car?
Yes.
What, if anything, did he say to you?
He said that he needed to use it because he was carjacked and he was trying to locate his car and it was not.
Did he ever talk to you about you speaking with police?
I believe so.
What did he say?
He told me that I didn't have to talk.
At any point when you talked to Dawan about your car, him taking your car, did he say anything that upset you?
Yes.
What did he say?
Well, I asked him how did he...
That's what I'm saying. I think it was his, wife, Monica, or what was her name? Monica or Monique or whatever. Child, had to give in or picked him up, followed him there. So if that's the case, then his girlfriend or his wife, yesterday I called him his girlfriend, but today we found out that, you know what I'm saying, they got married after he divorced Christian's mother. So I'm just saying, like, why she ain't included in this case?
To my car, when he didn't have his vehicle and said he didn't really he wanted to involve anybody else.
He didn't want to involve anybody else. That is what he said to you. And that made you angry?
Yes.
Did you accompany police to go and see your car?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Showing the witness what has previously been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibits 22, 23, 24, and 25. Showing State's Exhibit 22. Miss Mays, this is your car?
Yes.
And you see these trash bags that are in the back seat of that car?
Yes.
You know what was contained in those trash bags?
Clothing, my clothing.
And I'm showing State's Exhibit 23. Is this another image of your car?
Yes.
Oh, wow. For real? Right, or they just went after the big fish, because sometimes in in cases they won't grab co-defendants and shit like that, or people that were just there where they could charge them, they won't all the time.
Yes.
Got you.
Yes.
And are those the clothing that you mentioned earlier that you had left
Wait, you talking about Christian's mother, Jeanette?
at the Ferguson household?
Because we watched her yesterday.
And you had never gone and collected those yourself, correct?
No.
So when you went to bed that night, or when you last were in your car, before it was taken by the defendant, were those bags of clothing in there?
No, they were not.
But they were in there by the time you got to see your car with the police.
Yes.
Was there anything else that the police found in your car that you do not remember being in there?
I believe there was a flashlight, and I believe there was a phone.
Miss Mays, do you know where Ron Bar Lane is?
No.
Do you know where the defendant's car was recovered, the expedition he had?
Oh, okay, I got you.
I don't recall.
No further questions.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination.
Thank you. So, Ms. Mays, you had a Chevy Malibu that I think was either bronze or golden color in 2003? Okay. And when you had went to bed the next morning is when you noticed it missing. That's right. And I believe you testified on direct that was when you had contact with law enforcement, when you noticed the vehicle was missing? Yes. Okay. And I believe you had also testified on direct that you had spoken with Dawan, and he had told you he had been carjacked. Yes. Okay. And you also testified that Dawan, your mother, and a friend named Tanae, yes, had keys to your vehicle. Yes. Okay. And so right after Christian went missing,
Okay, yeah, because I had already gathered after he was convicted or found guilty, the press conferences and things like that, or where the family spoke. I gotta edit that video probably after this. That's why another reason why I'm not talking as much as yesterday.
you did have a conversation with Dawan about your car. And I believe, as you just stated on direct, he said that he used your vehicle, but didn't really want to get other people involved. Yes. Okay. And he didn't tell you to not talk to the police. He said you don't have to talk to them if you didn't want to. I believe that's correct. Okay. And around that time, did you have a friend named Vincent Wooten? Yes. Now, you lived on the house on Sylvan, you said maybe 2 to 3 months? Yes. And then you decided to move out? Yes. And that was because you were not getting along with Monica? Correct. You did not move out because of Christian? No. And before you had moved there, you knew Dawan for many years before that, is that right? Yes. Okay. And so you knew excuse me, Dawan and the kids pretty well.
No, I didn't know his kids.
The children yet, okay.
Right, but him and I were kids together.
Okay.
We went to the same church. That's right.
So when you reconnected, that's when you were able to meet the children?
Correct.
Okay. And while you were at the house, you were able to observe Dawan's interactions with Christian, correct?
Sometimes.
Sometimes, okay. And what you observed was you would be able to see Dawan measure the powder and liquids for Christian?
I can't say that I ever saw all of that per se, but I just know that he's here.
Okay. So your testimony today is that you're not sure what all you observed?
Right, as far as measurements and how he made the formula and that kind of stuff. No, I did not observe that.
Okay. So back in August of 2003, you remember speaking with Special Agent Liza Ludovico?
Yes.
Okay. And she talked to you about Christian Ferguson and Dawan, things like that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in that interview with her, you told her that you seen Dawan carefully measure the powder and liquids.
Okay, that could be possible.
And you also stated you would see him use a scale to make sure the measurements were exact. Yeah.
That is quite possible.
And at one point, he started to show you how to prepare the meds and mix them.
I do not remember.
So again, you did an interview with Liza Ludovico in August of 2003. You remember that?
I do.
Okay. And that was closer in time to the event than it is presently today.
Correct.
Okay. Memory way fresher than?
Yes.
Okay. So your testimony here today is that you don't remember telling her that?
No.
Okay. You also had mentioned you had seen Dawan keep track of food and medication?
Yes.
And what you observed was Dawan would be feeding Christian?
Yes.
And what you would also observe was that Dawan would give Christian medication?
Yes.
Yeah, he probably did it in front of her.
And when you had decided to move out, you told Dawan that you were moving out of the house?
Yes.
Okay. And that decision was respected by Dawan?
Yes.
And did she feel like it smelled like urine in there? And why was the reason why she moved out?
The night before Christian went missing, you were actually supposed to maybe see Dawan later that night.
I believe so.
Okay. But I believe it got kind of late, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe so.
Okay. And instead of being able to come see you, he went home instead.
I do believe so.
Okay.
It's hard to remember so far.
Understandable. And it was also that it was late, but also that Christian was sick.
I believe so.
Okay. And he went home instead to give him his medication.
Your Honor, I'm going to object as any of this would be a reference of a defendant's statement, therefore inadmissible hearsay.
She answered. I'm done.
Hold on a second. I will sustain the objection. And ladies and gentlemen, you will disregard the question, you will disregard the answer, they'll both be stricken from the record, and you'll disregard the counsel's statement at the end, right?
Oh, girl just tried to get up out of there like she answered, I'm done. That's why it was stricken off the record.
Before I do, Your Honor,
the defense in this team is weak as hell.
Amen. Thank you. All right, so any redirect?
Just very briefly, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Ms. Mays, when you were staying in that residence in the basement with the defendant and his wife, how often would you go upstairs, or would you rarely go upstairs? Did you see the children hardly at all?
Objection, Judge. It's leading.
Not really.
It is not leading, so overrule the objection. You may answer now.
Yes, I was.
Did you see them often or not often at all?
Not very often.
No further questions.
So she lived there and didn't see these children. Normally children are all over the house. all over every part of the house. She ain't see that much. And when she went up to, man, look.
Thank you, request.
Mm,
Thank you,
mm,
ma'am. Witness may be released.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Hello, sir. You can introduce yourself to the jury for me, please.
My name's Robert. I'm here.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a private investigator. I own a company called Metro One Investigations.
And previous to that, in a prior life, how are you employed?
St. Louis police officer.
And how long were you employed with St. Louis City?
21 years.
Did you have occasion to get involved in an investigation? Oh, I'm sorry, let me start over again. Did you have occasion to respond to a residence owned by a Dawan Ferguson located at 3720 Sylvan?
Yes.
And why did you respond to that house?
I was directed by his attorney, John Rogers, to go there, video it, and take some photographs and seize a few items.
Okay. I'm going to show you. It's been marked by name privilege. Now, we tell the jury while we're what Metro One does.
We do quite a bit of work, investigators. We do criminal defense work. We do civil work. A lot of requests from us, for example, for a defense attorney who may do.
That's a fact, Jeanette.
Serve subpoenas, interview people, evaluate police reports. Civilly, we may do the same thing, maybe go as far as reading depositions, vetting expert witnesses. For insurance companies, may do surveillance. We're called upon sometimes to find experts for the attorney. We're glorified way, maybe we're like, go for this, go for that.
And how long has Metro One been around?
1995.
Retirement didn't suit you.
Marriage.
I won't ask anything more about that.
I'm going to show you, sir, what's been marked as state exhibit 33. Do you recognize that document?
I've seen it, yes.
And then I'm going to show you, I took the discount that we looked at earlier, so it's going to do this video. We take it by Metro One.
I know we took video.
Did you look at it?
I've seen the video, yes.
And then I'm going to show you some marked as state exhibits 34 to 43.
I viewed these pictures prior to coming in here.
And are these exhibits a true and accurate depiction of the photos and evidence, I'm sorry, the photos that were taken by Metro One, by your company, in 2003?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I looked at these exhibits 37, 34, 43.
Right, and
Please note the objection.
yeah, so the court will take notice that the objection was previously raised, and we've discussed this previously, that those objections will be overruled. So the court will admit in evidence the state's exhibits 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40,
41.
41, 42, and 43.
And then also, Your Honor, I had 32 and 33. 32 is currently in the computer because of technical issues.
So you're moving for admission of those as well. All right, so would it be the same objections as to exhibits 32 and 33?
Yes, sir.
Right, so as previously mentioned, those are noted, overruled. So state's exhibits 32 and 33 shall be admitted in evidence, and you are free to publish.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It's vile.
You're taking it.
Yes. That's vile also.
Thank you.
2 vials. No. It's 4 bottles, liquid medication. Yes, there's the table with vials, 2 vials, pictures he had, medication, and the liquid, and I think over in the corners, maybe a formula, baby formula, possibly. I think down one, right? Those boxes there. I think so. More medication, formula. Medication, I believe that's a scale in the center of the picture. That'd be the vial with the contents and the pill and the contents inside the vial. I believe that's the formula that we talked about before. Medications. Let's picture Mr. Ferguson by the door. Yes. That's correct.
Now, these medications are still in
At the time we.
I'm sorry, we asked that question again. There's medication still in.
Yes.
They weren't empty bottles.
I'm sorry, but dude right here look like Orville Redenbacher.
I really don't remember. I know the one with he had the pills.
I also think I forgot to edit, turn down this section because he speaks very loud. So I do apologize about that.
Those came out of the vial.
Okay.
Now the liquid in the bottles, I really don't remember.
Okay. Do you recall seizing any empty bottles?
No.
And you said that you seized prior.
I know we took some medical papers, and I'm sure that was at the drugstore, Mr. Rogers also.
And your search.
Correct.
I'm going to show you if it's okay with court's approval. I'd like to publish the video.
Right, you may do so.
Thank you.
I have no idea. I know we're on location, and actually the video was being filmed by, I believe, Mr. Bergdorf, who worked for me at my direction, and it'd be a scan of the whole house, various rooms.
You had on it the date of June 20th, 2003, is that correct?
That's correct.
So that would have been 9 days after Christian Ferguson was reported missing that you entered the house?
That's the day we went to the house.
Okay. When you removed the items, did you document what you took from the house?
Yes.
And where do those records still exist?
I don't have them. I would have turned them over to the law firm.
Did you ever notify any law enforcement at the time that you had entered the residence?
I didn't know that. Colonel Sanders and Orville Redenbacher are brothers? What? I did not know that, but he also does look like Colonel Sanders. But thank you for that, that facts right there.
So, no.
Did you at any point,
I didn't know that.
Turn over the
I knew they looked alike. I knew that.
items that you would seize from the residence to law enforcement?
Yes.
And you did so pursuant to subpoena?
I was served a subpoena, and also I had a conversation with Mr. Rogers that I had received a subpoena.
And it was at that point that you turned over the medications and the medical records seized from Dawan Ferguson's house. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And nothing further on.
Thank you. Cross-examination. All right, thank you. Witness may be released. Ms. Bailey Smith.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
I don't know what that was. That part was not in the video.
Good afternoon, be safe. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Hall, will you introduce yourself to the jury for me?
Oh, I'm glad that you clarified because I would have went through life. Like, I might have looked it up later and been like, what the fuck? They ain't brothers. But I might have just been like, just inserted that as facts. You know what I mean? But I do that too sometimes, though. But they do look like twins. That's a fact.
My name is Harry Howell.
You're funny,
I was
Jeanette.
the primary investigator for this case.
And how are you currently employed, sir?
I'm currently employed at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency.
And how long have you been with them?
7 years.
And what is your current title?
I'm a personal security background investigator.
And prior to that, you were with St. Louis City Police Department?
Yes, I was.
How long were you with St. Louis City?
20 years and 1 day.
Now, were you involved in the Christian Ferguson case?
Yes, I was.
How so?
On the day of June 11, 2003, I was reporting for work. I was newly assigned to the North Patrol Division Detective Bureau. And I was directed by my lieutenant, Mark Rule, in order to go with Detective Dyson, Jerome Dyson, to a house at 3720 Sylvan Place.
Okay. And when you were directed to go to that house, what information did you have at that point?
I knew at that point that that was in relation to a missing person investigation that we received that morning.
With regards to missing person, was it a child?
Child, Christian Ferguson.
How old was he at the time that you received the report?
If I'm not mistaken, he was 9 years old.
Were you considered the lead detective on the case?
Yes.
Did you work closely with the FBI?
Yes.
And who specifically did you work with the FBI?
At the FBI, that was Agent Liza Ludovico.
And you said first thing you did was to go to the Ferguson household. Do you recall where that was located?
3720 Sylvan Place.
And when you met with the Fergusons, who was present at the time?
We were met by Monica Ferguson, Deshonda, her daughter, and Tia, the youngest daughter, and also in the house was Connor, that was Christian's brother.
And who did you know Monica to be?
Monica was Juan's wife.
And when you met with the family, did you notice anything unusual or different about Christian's bedroom?
Well, when we came in, the door was closed, and it appears the house was, just lived-in condition. It wasn't necessarily out of order. But when we asked to get a request to search the residence, there's a form that we get signed, and Monica agreed to that. When we did that, we looked into the bedroom where Christian was, and there was an odor during the room.
I'm guessing that in your 20 years and 1 day of service, you've been into some houses that have been less than well kept.
Yes, unfortunately, you can say.
And would you state in your experience that this is one of the stronger smells of urine?
Yes.
At some point, did you learn about a woman by
I also think that they purposely did that. Dawan and at least his wife at this time, because the children were conveniently sleeping upstairs and they were downstairs in a comfortable, smell-free dwelling. Otherwise, they would have moved upstairs. And somebody with those type of disabilities at that point, to where he was neglected and all that, they should have been like, he should have literally been in the next room. You know what I'm saying? So where he could get up there quickly if he needed to. In my opinion, I'm just saying, maybe I'm, doing too much, but I'm just saying, being all downstairs and all that. And I think that just adds to the convenience of neglect, because if you don't have to see and be around that every day, obviously this child was neglected. You know what I'm saying? For that room to smell like that, for him to have on double Pampers and all these other things that he had done to him, I think it is trash, and I think it was purposely done.
Who was a friend of
by the defendant.
And Monica.
Yes, that was during the discussion with Monica.
Okay. And at that point, did you discover that she lived on Disco Drive?
I believe the discussion with Monica was she thought she lived.
That's not hearsay.
I don't think he said anything. It's his understanding what was said. So overrule the objection.
Thank you.
My understanding that I didn't receive an address, but we knew that Monica had lived in North County.
Okay. And you all were interested in where Lakeisha Mays lived, correct?
Correct.
And were you interested in where Lakeisha Mays lived because the SUV at this point? Did you know the SUV had been found?
At that point, yes, we knew that the SUV was found. So the question that we asked to Monica was, do you know anybody who resides in?
And at that point, you learned the name of Lakeisha Mays, correct? And did you later learn that she lived on Disco Drive?
We did.
How far is Disco Drive from Ronbar?
Just a few moments or a few minutes by car.
Okay. Would you say they're close?
Yeah, very close.
Did you respond to where the expedition was recovered on Ron Bar?
Later that morning,
Okay. And when you responded to the expedition, what did you notice about it, if anything?
one of the things that we noticed were the keys were still in ignition, which we thought was rather odd.
Okay. And why is that odd in your experience? 20 years in the police force, why are the keys in the ignition of a reported stolen car? Why is that odd?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled, you may answer. In my experience, when somebody steals a car with the keys in ignition, they don't get out of the car and leave the keys in.
Oh, that part. And I'm starting to wonder about school because he was 9. Even though he was disabled, he would still have to, get some type of education. Like, when is the last time that a school teacher, I don't even know how it was, like, he homeschooled? I have questions if anybody knows, or maybe we'll just find out through the duration. Again, I haven't even looked at part 3 because this cold just kind of took over me. After I got done editing part 2, and then I was like, oh shit, like, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna continue to go live. I'm just gonna do it, period. So y'all bear with me. I know I sound probably congested as hell and all of that, but we here for it. But yeah, I got questions about school, basically.
Were you present for the search of
And I'm also wondering how long that the child was gone before, they made the whole carjacking thing up, which is dumb. Obviously, these are police. They're going to investigate into it. They do make mistakes or fail to do their job or on purpose don't do their job sometimes, but come on now. I mean,
vehicle?
Yes,
And I'm talking about the red SUV.
that's correct.
Did you understand this red, or was this red SUV identified as the vehicle that was reported stolen by Mr. Ferguson?
Yes,
That same day, correct?
yes.
This revenue approach shows states exhibits 45 and 46. Do you recognize those pictures?
Yes, I do.
And what is picture 45?
Picture 45 is some of the items that were recovered from inside the vehicle, being electronic, cell phones, and things like that.
And what about 46?
46 is the contents of the vehicle, and I can tell by this photo this was taken at our garage or fleet services division that was located on the Fleet Avenue.
Are those a true and accurate guidance they appeared on R211?
Yes.
Product which admits exhibits 45 and 46 to evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Seeing no objection, states exhibit 45 and 46 shall be admitted in evidence and you may publish. Again, those are the various electronic items.
that's interesting, Jeanette. I don't know why it keeps getting all pixelated like that. That's weird because it doesn't do that in the original video. I didn't see that when editing, that's weird.
That we see is from inside.
But that's interesting, Jeanette.
That's right. That was the Ford Excursion that was found on Ron Bar.
Are these items found in the vehicle?
Yes, that's the contents of the back of the vehicle. Correct.
I believe you've already looked at this, but I'm sure you.
Yes, that's an aerial photograph of the area.
Is this, you previously did this, is this a true and accurate rendition of the streets and the locations they occurred back on June 11th, 2003?
Yes. Any objection?
No objection.
Seeing no objection, states exhibit 44A shall be admitted in evidence. You may publish to the jury.
Show me where locations you're talking about is located on this map.
Okay, to get up. Sure, you can get up. Just make sure you speak loudly for us, please. Woman. This location right here is 1604 Page Avenue. That was the vehicle where we St. Louis Police Department, I don't know what you could call the vehicle being stolen.
This is the location of the house, sitting place, where Dr. Dyson and I went to the home to the Dawan Ferguson. And this is the location of 9.2. This was the residence of Mr. Hayes. This is the location of the on the wall. This is where the board screen was located.
Did you already say where Lakeisha May's car was found?
Later that day, we determined that Lakeisha May's car was found at 6104. Just right around the corner.
Thank you. How do you think you become the lead investigator in this case?
Yes.
And there was a lot of searches, correct?
Many.
Did you conduct any yourself?
Yes.
Based on what?
Throughout the course of the investigation, we set up a hotline.
Yeah, at first, his disability wasn't as bad. He basically just kind of, it seemed like they had to watch his food intake and things like that. But then, because he was neglected, his disability got worse. He went into a coma, which caused brain damage, which caused him to be nonverbal, which also caused him to not be able to walk and have to have a G-tube. That's what I'm under the, understanding of.
To take calls
how it went.
Any leads that we needed to examine. So that was part of that. We kept a log of those various searches that we conducted during that time.
You never did locate Christian Ferguson, is that
No.
correct?
That's facts, Jeanette.
Did you at some point during your investigation learn that items have been seized from the Ferguson household?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what month that was?
I believe that was in July of the following month after the disappearance.
And how did you learn that somebody had gone into the house and seized items?
I was informed by my lieutenant at Chuck Rule that Metro One investigations had likely entered into the home because there were reports from neighbors that some people were there in like 3 different vehicles. And they were in the home, and in the back of the vehicle was a recording equipment, like a video camera, and things of that nature.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Howell. At the time when this was first occurring, this was a developing situation, would you say?
Absolutely.
On June 11th, did you know about the extent of Christian's medications and hospitalizations and the hospital records or anything?
I didn't know details of all the hospital records or details of the medications other than the information that Monica Ferguson shared with us that morning. And during that day, I recorded the type of medications that were on the shelf and the different types of devices that were used for giving the medications to Christian. That was in the home.
After you learned that Metro One had seized and taken medications and hospital records or taken things out of the house, what was your next course? What was your next step?
Well, we determined that likely there was other evidence that could have been in the home that we weren't aware of. And that could have been actual physical evidence. And we desired to get a search warrant for the home in order to review that.
And so you got a search warrant for the home, and you also got one from Metro One Investigations, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you, in fact, seize items from Metro One?
Yes.
And in fact, you did get a search warrant to enter the Ferguson house at a later date, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was in August of 2003?
Correct.
2 months after Christian's disappearance?
Correct.
And 1 month after Metro One had already been in there and seized items?
Yeah, I don't recall the exact date when Metro One was there, but I believe it was in mid-July.
And the items that you seized from Metro One, were they were they medicine bottles?
Yeah, some of them were medicine bottles. I knew they took various photographs also and videotape of what they were doing inside there.
And what is part of the reason that you and Liza started working, Agent Ludovico started working together?
Well, Agent Ludovico has a background in nursing,
And one of the issues with this particular case was Christian had a very
Well, that could be true, Jeanette, because there was, bodily fluid on the blanket and things like that. And then in yesterday's testimony, I cannot remember exactly who had said it, but somebody had said that like he went into the room, there was like some moaning and some, some type of scuffle, and then it went quiet, and then Dawan went back into the child's room with the blanket, and then he had him wrapped up in the blanket. Possibly he was discarded wherever, or the plan to go discard this child, it was done that day, because and then obviously they made up the lie about the car being jacked. But yeah, that definitely, I agree with that.
rare genetic disorder that required
Yeah, I agree.
feedings, special treatment. And this was very true after his coma 2 years prior to his disappearance. He required care.
Because I remember yesterday I had said something like, because they had worded it like the child was moaning, and I was like, that's suspect to me, because dude, now he's charged with sexual offenses. Now we find out that he got an underage girl pregnant with his child. But I didn't even really just think that that's when he was possibly unalived. Okay. And that's deep as hell.
Almost continuously. And that included having state funded nurses in the home in order to assist the family with caring for Christian. So,
Objection narrative.
I'll sustain the objection. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. And so, because of his complicated medical condition, having somebody with Agent Little Vico's nursing and healthcare background was helpful in understanding the case. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Would she perhaps understand what evidence was needed better than you would because of her medical background?
Because of the medical background, because a lot of medical terms were on a lot of those documents.
Okay. Your Honor, if I may approach the state exhibits 47 through 61.
Okay.
Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
And what are those photographs of?
These are all medications that were prescribed to Christian.
And were those photographs taken by you?
No.
And were those seized from Metro One?
Yes.
At this point, I move to proceed.
Any objection?
But yes, I'll object to those pictures viewed in my previous trial.
All right, yes. Objections noted should be overruled, consistent with the court's prior ruling. So, states exhibits 47 through 67 shall be admitted in evidence, free to publish. Yes. All the medications that we received from Metro One, we took to our laboratory division. Now that's one of the medications. Yeah, thank you for. Again, another one of the medications that my understanding is Christian needed for his daily feeding and intake. Correct. Yes, arginine crystal. Correct. Yes, and that's just the same bottle, but it's turned slightly in order to record all the information that the other photograph could capture. Yes, sodium benzoate. And that's another bottle of the same medication, sodium benzoate. Yes. Correct. Yes. Yep, another bottle of Carnitro, citrocasol, yes. I believe that's another bottle of it, if I'm not mistaken. Or the last one.
So all the medicines that were talked about yesterday, he's verifying that he had seen them as well, and they were collected.
And this is
vitamin B6 that Christian's also described. And again, the same bottle, probably just turned so you can get the other image of the label. Correct, that's a different medication. That may be L-arginine crystal. Perhaps another photograph will show the other side of the label. Again, arginine crystal.
Injection speculation.
It'll be sustained.
Yeah, again, medication for Christian for him. And again, arginine crystal. These are likely different bottles of medication if we had more than one.
Multiple ones, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall seeing medications in these bottles?
Objection, speculation, Judge. We don't have the bottles here.
Has the witness held these bottles, seen these bottles?
The bottles were collected and they were transferred to the laboratory.
This witness did.
Yes.
You can ask him that day based on the phone.
Yes, that day that you collect them. Do you have a definite recollection of there being medication?
There was some medication, usually in each of the bottles, but it didn't appear to be full. You know, yes, that's another medication person. I was.
Ferguson, I'm going to show you some marked stasis at 68. Actually, I'm sorry, I'm going to take that back. I'm going to show you some marked stasis at 69.
You may.
Yeah, my handwriting is a fact. Matter of fact.
And what is that envelope containing?
I marked this as the contents of 1G2.
Do you recognize your handwriting, correct?
Yes,
Did you package and seize and seal that envelope?
I did.
Okay, do you know when you did that?
The date here, it says August 8th, 2007. 12:40 is when I signed the evidence. But, or the evidence label, so it was probably open in between then. The date that this was seized.
Did you seize it during the search of the house, search warrant?
It was during the search of the house, but we should have a different date on it. And that was because the FBI laboratory, when they searched the house, they recovered the evidence. We received that from the FBI at a later time.
Okay. But do you remember seeing this and seizing this from the house?
Yes.
And what is
This is the G-tube or the gastrointestinal tube that would be used for feeding Christian through a stoma that he had surgically implanted. I'd have to check it again. That does appear to be the case.
And you found that in the Ferguson house?
Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, I move to admit Steve.
Any objection?
Yes, objection due to pretrial motion.
Your previous stand on your previous objection. So that'll be overruled. Noted. So State's Exhibit 69 shall be admitted in evidence and be published to the jury.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, technically the FBI recovered that as evidence, and then I later retrieved it. But I did make a notation of all the evidence that the FBI retrieved, including the G-tube.
With regards to the car, I'm going to show you some marked stasis at 68. Come in. Was that seized from Mr. Ferguson's car?
This was seized from inside the Ford Excursion.
On June 11th of 2000.
There was a bag with a lot of miscellaneous receipts and personal papers, and this was in there with it.
Is that the way to hear that?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit Steve.
Any objection?
Yes, Judge, I would object due to the relevance.
May I see the exhibit, please? What is the relevance of this exhibit? Yeah, come on up.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge.
Hello, Mr.
How are you?
Doing well, thank you.
All right, so you may proceed.
Thank you. It's weird to call you Mr. Howe.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
So one of the first things that you did, yourself and Detective Bison went to the house on Sullivan the morning of June 11th, right?
That's right.
And as you stated, you talked to Monica, Connor, and DeShonda.
And I believe Tia was also in the film too, but Tia couldn't offer any information for us.
And as you had testified, the house looked normal, lived in condition.
Yes.
And as you stated, it seemed to be well kept, but you did notice the odor.
Right, which is another reason, Jeanette, why I think he's not gonna probably tell where the body is until maybe he's on his deathbed or never at all. Um, I just only based off the fact that he molested those two girls, we have found that out. He may have molested other children. You know what I'm saying? But I will always question, did he molest him, or was it, just the physical abuse portion? Because I believe, in my mind, they're trying to say that the child died because basically he wasn't following up with, what he was supposed to do, basically. You know what I mean? Far as the disability and all that. I'm saying in my brain that I think that he had, attacked that child, probably just, you know, I don't even know. I don't even want to try to explain what he was feeling, because at the end of the day, it didn't really matter when it came to them having a custody battle. If he was not fit, he should have stated that. If he needed help or the child needed to go somewhere else, obviously we know the mother was not fit. Otherwise, she would have had more custody than just the supervised visits. But it's just, I don't know. This shit is crazy. I do think though that possibly, they would have found out, obviously, if there was physical abuse or the real reason why the child died. I almost said natural. It's not natural for a 9-year-old to die, but they would have found that out. But if he did abuse him, when they said moaning, that shit bothered me yesterday. But I did not even think about at that time yesterday that that's when he was probably just taking his life. I don't remember. I feel like the moaning part that stuck out to me more, that because he's already had these charges, he has, he a predator. We know that now, right? But I don't think they knew that in 2003. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying this shit is crazy, and I just hate to have to think that way, but I do.
Of urine in the boys' room.
Later, yes, when we opened up the door to the bedroom where Connor and Christian slept.
Okay. And during that cursory search of the home, you didn't find anything suspicious.
That's true. That's true. It definitely would have been a 3-year manslaughter, or 5 years or something like that. Definitely.
No, nothing that we would find that would be unordinary,
That's a fact. And I think that this child at this point just deserves to be at a final resting place. Wherever he is, the father needs to tell the truth. He ain't even got to tell the truth, child. Just tell where the remains are so that this child can actually get a proper burial. That part bothers me, but I feel like, that's the reason why we'll never know. Or also, I don't know, would they be able to find out if a corpse that has been, I hate to even just call it that, but if this child was buried underground or under concrete or anything like that, and they do get the remains, would they be able to tell what this child died from and if it was sexually abused? By now, probably not. But the fact that they did catch him on the other sexual offense charges just kind of leads me to believe that that's another reason why he will forever be uncooperative.
Yeah.
But based off of that, I do think possibly that there's other children that, were affected by this other than the victims that have been talked about.
You've seen her murder or such. We didn't find anything like that.
And when you went
and that's a fact. I don't think they can know about the other charges, because then that, would, in my opinion, throw off the case or whatever. They're only supposed to be dealing with this one. And I kind of remember looking into some research about that and stuff like that. So yeah, so that would be off the table, and that's probably why, I don't know.
home that morning, Monica, Connor, and Deshaunda were fully cooperative.
Yes.
No strange demeanor.
I wonder, did he have the same attorneys in the other case, or is he just public defenders? I'm thinking public defender.
No.
Now, the search that occurred in August of 2003, I think specifically.
Right. Okay. Only if he had broken bones, but not the sexual part.
Might have been August 13th.
But I think that's why initially he needed them not to be able to find the body. He needed for that, and I feel like that child is at a this man worked in construction allegedly. He know how to pour concrete. He know how to, anybody know how to dig, but ain't no telling where this child is, especially when dealing with somebody that has worked like construction. He may know construction sites that he could just dump the body and pour some, or just dig the hole and make it look like whatever, because he know next Tuesday they finna come start building a building on top of this land. Like, it's just, at this point in my mind, it's complicated with the body.
2003. Items were seized from the home. Is that correct?
Yeah, I agree with
It was
you.
your understanding in the investigation, Dawan and Monica had moved out by the time you did the search?
Now, when it comes to the mom, in my opinion, I feel like the mom was neglectful. Now, does that mean that she deserves not to be able to give her son a proper burial or whatever? No. I think that, and what her and whoever else in the family claims that they cared about this child or cared about him then and care about him now, or just care more now, or it's more of a hindsight is 2020 type of situation, or however the shit went. I'm sure that even the public, people that were concerned about this case, because I've even gotten emails after a few after covering this case, and people are actually in that area. They're kind of nervous about talking about this case. Salute to them, but they shouted me out for talking about it and wanted me to know, like some things about the case or whatever. I'm still looking into those, but I feel like at this time we're just looking at the trial, so I'm not gonna present those. Especially, I get it why they may fear for their safety or whatever, but I don't want to bring that into the case, and then people insert it as facts at the same time.
We determined that because we spoke to neighbors who believed that nobody was residing at the home.
So everything that was left behind were things the family wouldn't have taken with them if they had left the home.
I'm not sure. I know that Christian and Dawan divorced, and then it seems like almost immediately Dawan got married to the other lady. I don't know at all how long him and the other lady have been married for. And that's a good question, Sierra. How did he get full custody? And then going back to yesterday, a lot of what we talked about and all this and that just already proved there were several people in the house that had to come there to tend for this child, and they knew that it was not a stable environment, not a conducive environment for this child. I do salute them though for trying and caring and at least doing their job, but it's just sad that, like I said yesterday, I feel like everybody involved in a child's case plan, meaning even the distributors of the medicine, the pharmacy, the doctors, the nurses, even if it's at home, should all have some type of communication so that going forward, if a child that is severely disabled at this point to where Christian was, this could be prevented going forward, because like this makes no sense. I mean, I feel like it just kind of, and then the fact that he wasn't even bringing his son to the doctor on a regular basis, that is a whole thing too. The doctor should have right away, like, we know we have this child on, he's a patient of ours. He has not come in a month or whatever. The pharmacy is calling us, telling us that they're trying to fill a prescription or whatever. We should probably call CPS or something, because is this child okay? And what is going on in this situation? Again, a lot of this could have been nipped in the bud. I don't know if the doctors just assumed that possibly the child moved out the area, but this is a child that is severely disabled to the point to where he needs meds just to survive. There should have been proper procedures set up to prevent any of this type of shit from happening. Again, I get it on the I've never had to take care of a severely disabled child. I tip my hat, you know, to those that have to. So I don't know as far as like what the dad's frustration is, what his pattern of how he deals with situations that it may be happening at a bad time, or he's just stressed out. So is he one of those parents basically that is stressed out about life or stressed out about what he has to do as a parent, so he takes that out on the child? And then also, where did his wife, I mean, she was living there, so the wife knew what type of condition that this child was in, as well as the Lakeisha Hayes lady. Again, I feel like more people should be accountable for this shit. Like, this is unfortunate as fuck.
And when you were there, when the FBI actually executed the
They were
search
married long after this happened? Wow.
warrant, you didn't see anything relevant to your investigation yourself, correct?
Objection, question speculation on the part of the witness.
It's about his investigation.
Well, I'm going to sustain the objection, but why don't you re-ask
Oh, that's fine.
Thank
When the FBI went into the house to do the search, you were present, correct?
I was present at the home, yes, but not with the FBI.
Not at the FBI. Okay. Did you go inside of the home?
When the FBI evidence technicians completed their investigation inside, yes, I did go in.
Okay. And then you went in yourself to look around. Is that correct?
Not just to look around, but also to determine what evidence they were collecting and where from.
And from what you observed that was left, you did not see anything relevant to your investigation.
Now, some of those items were relevant to the investigation, so that would be the medications specifically, and also things such as soiled bedding.
Now, you claim that the items seized were medications and food and medical supplies?
Yes.
And those items are now actually missing, correct?
Those items were taken to the lab at a later time, and I don't understand how the lab conducts their processes for destruction of evidence. But my understanding is eventually those items were destroyed at some point. Yes.
And as you had testified, Metro One was the company hired by Dawan's attorney, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And they turned over the medication and video, bottles, documents, etc. to you, right?
Those items that they seized initially, yes.
And
his attorneys. Let me find out this man was saving up this whole time so that when or if this ever went to trial, he would have enough money to buy an attorney. Because you got to remember, this crime happened 19 years ago. I said 16 years ago. Again, I failed to look at the dates of the news clips, but they were relevant to the case. So, you know, period. But 19 years ago, this man has lived up until June, July, whatever the trial date was of this year, 19 years when his son had passed. So they had hired a private investigator. But wait, they would have had to collect all that in 2003. Let me remember. See, because not every case is at like 19 years. You know what I mean?
you actually got that from.
So how did he have already just an attorney? I mean, that's not like, you know, unheard of. But private investigators cost a lot of money. So that had to have been a paid attorney. I don't think it was a prosecutor, not a prosecutor. Oh my God, a public defender.
Metro One, correct?
No, the G2 was actually seized during the FBI investigation.
Do you remember back in May 4th of this year, you came and sat for a deposition with me?
Yes.
Okay. And that was at the prosecutor's office?
Yes.
Correct. It was myself. I think Mr. Schlesinger was there.
Mm-hmm.
And you were sworn under oath, tell the truth
Yes.
as you are today. Okay. John, it's page 66. Does Mayor approach the witness? I'm going to show you page 66, and it starts at line 23. And it starts at line 23. And I asked, and where did you get this G-tube from? And he said, this was a G-tube that was in the Metro 1 investigation that was turned over to us, part of some of the medications and what.
Yeah, that part too. Because if the case was entered into the cold cases, they would have had to keep all of that in order to, like, in the future, hopefully, you know, forensic gets better. At this point, forensic is A1, I would say. And the idea of, let's say that this case would have happened in 2022, he would have never been able to run with that story that he was carjacked and all that, because there's too many cameras on the road. That's why I thought it was dumb when Darian Vance did that in Malia Davis's case. But anyway, yeah, like, what?
Yes, that's what I said.
I'm kind of just wondering why they just did that with the evidence. That's crazy.
That time, since that time, I've been able to review an old copy of my report.
I mean, because the pill bottles and the date that they were last filled, you know, probably had fingerprints on them. Now they got whoever worked at this private eye detective. I don't know. That's weird. I thought the pills were collected by, or the medicine was collected by the police.
I was able to find, and I believe in that report it indicates
Facts.
that the G-tube was actually found during the FBI investigation.
Because they can literally, in just a blanket or a piece of bedding or pajamas alone, look at every fiber and find some shit and link it. You know what I mean? Like, these people are good at what they do.
Thank you for correcting me.
No, it's okay.
And I just want to make sure that the record is correct.
No, I
The
appreciate it.
BCA lab, everywhere has a BCA lab, Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, some shit like that. They definitely have trained scientists, all that. This ain't back in the day.
You're saying the G-tube was recovered at the search in August
But they kept the G-tube.
of 2003. And again, this is after, through your investigation, you believe Dawan and Monica was out.
Right.
Now, a month into the disappearance of Christian, the FBI was brought in, correct?
That's right.
Because this was a complex case.
It was a very complex case because there were a lot of different variables that we did not know on the first day.
And the homicide division did not take this case.
That's right.
And it didn't surprise you because there was no proof of a homicide or a body.
There was no homicide or no body to be proven at that point, correct?
And you investigated this case for 5 to 6 months in 2003?
Yes.
And then...
The stenographer is like zoned out. So disregard what I said, where I said I think sometimes they just read lips. And maybe he's scary looking in the face to her. Because I just noticed for a while she's been just looking straight ahead. I wonder what she's looking at.
Became, I guess, what they'll call a cold case.
Okay, she blinked out of it. Okay, she's back,
And
y'all.
then it was reopened.
She's back, y'all.
2005 to follow up on leads that had come in.
That's right.
And after that, it became cold again.
Yes.
And again, the reason it was cold is because it was still largely circumstantial. No body, no confession.
And that will be sustained.
And at that time, there was no confession that you were aware of, correct?
That's right, no confession.
Now, I believe you had testified.
Clearly, this lady ain't even really trying, because again, a lot of what she's asking or whatever, just because there was no confession does not mean that this man did not murder his son, ma'am. Most people that commit crimes don't confess.
That The police located.
Instead, they're in jail. Like, I didn't do nothing. They got me arrested on some bullshit. It was somebody else. You know what I mean? Come on. Stop capping.
Near the payphone.
Correct.
And prints were taken from that vehicle.
The evidence technician unit arrived and they processed that vehicle. I was not there for that.
Okay.
Oh, great point right there. Yes. But you know what I'm saying is, like, every year that I feel like, you know, the forensic science, you know, they pick up other different ways and stuff like that. But, you know, looking for semen, shit, they could have did that in the door, you know, just to see. I'm just saying it's And then if the child was so close to death, I'm not saying that he like molested him to death, but just the abuse period. He could have been abusing him and making it so that he couldn't talk. That's why they heard moaning, because he couldn't talk, because some was over his mouth. You know what I'm saying? His hand was over his mouth. Or was it just the abuse? It's possible that there was no sexual abuse, but again, the fact that the father is a sick, nasty bastard and he molested little girls that were underage, clearly, hint the little girl portion is not off the table, that he may have had male victims that he took as well.
And did you speak with the evidence technician in regards to the results?
Like, I kind of wish that like the pedo case came before this one, because then things could have been presented into there. I feel like, yeah, I'm almost positive, right? Because it would have been a proven fact, like he was already convicted. Yeah, he would have been able to do that.
From the lips or anything?
I did not.
Okay. Going a little bit into the
And that part, and if they would have had the evidence, instead of, you know, destroying that evidence, they would have been able to do that. Now we'll never know.
Specifically the payphone.
And that also would have been another charge too, child molestation of his son.
Tried to investigate whether or not Dawan placed a call to the hospital from the payphone before calling 911, correct?
That's right.
And you were not able to obtain those records from the payphone to see if a call had been placed.
That's right. And in review, the payphone will only record long distance calls.
Correct.
But not local calls.
And as far as the hospital, you also did not obtain.
Yeah, wait a minute. When did the pedo situation come about? Was it recent? I haven't even really looked into it, besides the portions that are in this video where it was talked about or whatever, but then also Christian Ferguson's death was talked about as well. But I haven't looked at it just solely as its own case, besides the article that I had read. But yeah, like, when did that happen? Because it's interesting again that they damaged the sheets. Like, come on.
Phone call records.
But they kept the G2.
The hospital to indicate if a call came in.
We did check with the hospital for their incoming calls.
I'm asking about, did you obtain records?
There are no records to be obtained.
And I believe you testified on direct about, maybe not on direct. You participated in some searches for Christian, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And some of those searches were areas associated with pyramid construction.
We did get leads that possible pyramid construction work sites might be involved, but none of those had any evidence for us that we could outright examine. We didn't obtain any search warrants for any pyramid properties.
And you did go to some of those areas, but you didn't find anything to believe Christian was in the location.
That's correct.
And as you stated, you got some leads. One of those leads was from Fida and her husband, Victor.
I can't recall where all the leads came from. That's a big possibility that it might have originated with Fida or Victor.
Do you remember, again, at the deposition that we had back in May of this year, deposition that you asked for? Okay. And I had asked you about the leads in regards to the searching at the construction site.
Yes.
And does my approach to it? That's page 67.
All right. So there was objection raised. I think ultimately the objections overruled, but with an understanding. So he would just continue. I had said sustained at the sign. I think I was mistaken. My first mistake I made. Anyway, so go ahead.
Actually, so Mr. Howell, if I gave you the previous copy of the transcript, would that help refresh your recollection?
Sure.
I'm going to have you read to yourself 19 now on this page.
Just for the record, it's pages 67 at the bottom on 68.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I still want to know, was he getting SSI payment for this child?
Okay. Yes.
And those leads that you had received, one of them seemed to be from Theta and Victor Thomas.
Yes.
Now, in your investigation that started in 2003, also in 2005, you prepared a police report. Is that correct?
That's right.
And you prepared the police report in conjunction with the other officers that were tasked to do other parts of the investigation. Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. And part of the investigation was speaking with an individual by the name of Mark Ellis.
You have to, excuse me, can you tell me who that may be?
I apologize. So part of the investigation was speaking with neighbors on Ron Bar, where the vehicle in question was found, correct?
Yes, I believe it was probably one of the juvenile division detectives that spoke with Mr. Ellis.
Okay.
Or other people that might have been located on Ron Bar.
And those officers that were tasked to speak with those neighbors, they then gave you that information and you put that in your police report. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. And when Mark Ellis was interviewed by law enforcement officials, would reviewing your report help refresh the recollection on this?
Yes, please. Turn on your microphone, would you please? I can't hear you. Say that again.
No objections to hearsay. It's my lawn.
The short version.
Yes.
I got you. I got you. So I'm just also wondering why then, he wasn't following up with the prescriptions and doing what he needed to do. And also a lot of what he, like the prescriptions and the supplements and the food that he was eating or drinking was paid for by insurance. So like this man was just making money off of his son.
Just come up to the sign.
and then failing to take care of him.
All right, so the objection was sustained, so you may ask your next question.
Judge, I have no other questions right now.
Okay.
But I do have them sitting for.
Okay, all right. So no further questions at this time. Any further, any redirectors? All right, thank you. So, Ms. Brown, you may step down at this time. Ms. Steele was saying on the subpoena in her case.
That's right.
Please let us know about that. Here's the ring.
Very good. Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Be safe. Thank you. All right, you may call your next witness. Sure. Some issues with scheduling and some things that the attorneys and I have to work on. The net result is you need to go home early again tonight. Huh? Pretty good, right? All right. So the court again reminds you of what you were told at the first recess of the court. Until you retire to consider your verdict, you must not discuss this case among yourselves or with others, or permit anyone to discuss in your hearing. You should not form or express any opinion about the case until it is finally given to you to decide. Do not do any research or investigation on your own about any matter regarding this case or anyone involved with the trial. Do not communicate with others about the case by any means. Do not read, view, or listen to any newspaper, radio, electronic communication from the internet, or television report of the trial. I just want to say on behalf of all of us, I want to thank you again for your service and thank you for your patience with us. We appreciate that.
Ready? Liza, L-I-Z-A, Ludovico, L-U-D-O-V-I-C-O.
Okay, you may proceed.
Please introduce yourself to the jury. I'm Liza Ludovico. I'm a special agent with the FBI, currently assigned to the Norfolk Field Office, Norfolk, Virginia.
And what is your current assignment, Agent?
Currently, I am the polygraph examiner for the Norfolk Field Office, so I'm a federally certified and an FBI certified polygraph examiner, and also work cold case homicide on the side.
And will you explain to the jury some of your education and your background?
Sure. I am a registered nurse. I've been a registered nurse since 1992. Upon graduation from nursing school, went into the U.S. Army, received certification as an emergency room certified nurse, and then went for specialized training in critical care, which rotated through all the different ICUs. The Army has a very extensive critical care nursing course that I went through, and then upon assignment completion, went to go work at the U.S. Army Burn Unit in the intensive care unit there for a number of years, and then also did flight nursing with the military helicopter and fixed wing.
And how long have you been with the FBI?
2 weeks from now, it'll be 20 years.
In 2003, were you with the FBI?
Yes.
And what was your
Yeah, but just off the fact that he was 9, he should have had school, so that would have been billable hours right there. IEP, you know, he could have easily got, you know, just the disorder alone and all that it takes to take care of him. Plus, I don't know, the fact that if he does not get certain medicines, should just immediately, in my opinion, qualify him for disability. Speaking of the child, so
duties at that point in time?
I was a new agent assigned to the Violent Crime Squad in the St. Louis Field Office.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that.
Now, why does the FBI get involved in child abduction cases?
We get involved because there is always the perception or the belief that it's possible that a child abduction may go across state lines, and the federal government has the ability to assist the locals in that endeavor. And if it does in fact cross state lines, then it may actually fall into a category of charges that the federal government can step in and do because of the interstate nexus.
Did you get involved in the investigation into the disappearance of Christian Ferguson?
I did.
Do you recall when you were assigned to this case?
Late July, early August.
Yeah, the school would have billed and got paid, but he also could have, they could have used that in the claim for disability. That's what I'm saying. The fact that obviously there would have been some type of IEP, like, you know, children with special needs, far as like a disability like this, a medical one versus like a mental health one. You know what I'm saying? Like my children have, you know, they have ADHD. So they ain't, you know, it's harder for them to just like kind of sit through certain things. So they have certain billable hours or whatever through an IEP. But my children are not on SSI.
2003.
And what was the first thing you did when you got assigned to this case, Agent Ludovico?
I attended a meeting at the St. Louis City Police Department.
And at that point, did you come into contact with a detective, Harry Howell?
I did.
And what happened when you came into contact with him, Agent?
After the meeting, I noticed that he had a great big stack of paperwork under his arm, and I asked him what it was, and he said it was medical records. Asked him if he knew.
And based on him telling you it was medical records, what was your response based on your training and experience as a nurse?
I asked him if he knew what he was looking for, and he said no.
And at that point, what was your next step?
I asked him if he would like me to look at the medical records, because I advised him at that moment that I was a registered nurse, and of course he handed them to me quite abruptly.
Okay. And did you review those medical records?
I did.
When you started reviewing those medical records, did you know what you were looking for?
No.
You were just, what were you looking at them for?
Just wanted to see what the medical condition was that Christian Ferguson had, and I came in with an open mind because honestly I knew nothing about this case when I was assigned it.
And in your training experience as a nurse prior to joining the FBI, you had experience reviewing medical records, and did you know how to read them?
Yes.
Okay. when you started reviewing the medical records, was there anything that stuck out to you in those records as a nurse and as an FBI agent that might be, or you thought might be, of probative value into the investigation of the missing Christian Ferguson?
Yes.
And what particularly stood out to you as potentially relevant evidence?
Immediately, what jumped out at me was the weight loss and the missed medical appointments, because those were well documented in the records that I was reviewing.
Okay. What else stuck out to you?
The failure to thrive, and as the medical record review continued throughout the investigation, because obviously more records came in, which I obviously was assigned to review, then I started noticing issues regarding the prescriptions and other medical supplies that were not being picked up, or as it expanded into the home health care records, and what the home health nurses were stating, that sometimes they didn't have supplies that they required in order to review or be able to provide that level of care that was assigned by the physician and the healthcare team to Christian.
Now, at some point, Agent Ludovico, did you have occasion to search the house owned by the Ferguson family? It was, I think, 3720 Sylvan Place.
Yes.
And what were you looking for? Let me stop back. When the FBI does a search, you have a specific protocol and a method to your madness, would you say?
Yes.
And what is that protocol? Can you explain it to the jury?
Yes. It was an occasion where the evidence response team was requested to handle the search at the residence, and it is a very carefully choreographed, structured search that has very specific timeline requirements that are usually met. For instance, when you once you have the warrant and you make entry into the house, you don't just immediately go in and start searching. A site survey is done by the search team leader and very specific members of the team. If they are running any sort of dogs on the premises, that has to happen before anybody goes into the residence. Photographs are taken, rooms are labeled, sketches are made. Very, very specific things happen for administrative documentation purposes before we ever initiate a moment of searching.
And with these protocols,
Yeah, that failure to thrive, that is terminology that you hear from, like, infant, when dealing with like infants, as far as pediatricians and things like that, newborns in hospitals.
August 13th,
That's sad.
2003, when you entered the Ferguson household.
When the FBI entered, yes.
Now, when you entered, did you know, or was there something in particular that you were interested in finding or not finding in the house?
The target of the search warrant, which was a state search warrant, it was not a federal warrant, but the target of the warrant was looking very specific for medical supplies, prescriptions, and technically they would look for any signs of foul play.
And you said they went in initially, the evidence response tech team, but then you went in shortly thereafter, is that correct?
I was brought into the residence at some point, yes.
And that's common procedure that the special agent does not go in until after the evidence response team has been in, correct?
Once the team search is initiated, there will be a time potentially for searchers or for the case agent to go in. I was not a searcher on this particular, I did not have an assignment, but I was the case agent representative for the FBI, so I was outside with Harry Howell until I was brought into the residence by the search team leader.
I'm going to show you the Marcus State Exhibits 70 through 99. When you entered that house, what was the first thing that struck you or stood out to you?
It was tidy.
Okay.
It didn't look well lived in per se upstairs.
You say upstairs.
Oh, I just read the rest of your comment. My bad. That's usually a term for infants removed from a mom.
Upstairs. Did it look well lived in somewhere else?
In the basement.
And did you locate?
I just know I've heard like failure to thrive before in like hospital settings or regarding newborns. I didn't think about the removal of the mother.
Later identified to be Christian and Connor's room.
I did.
And where was that located?
It's located on the first floor. And it was the room that was closest to the street. So it actually had a bedroom window that was on Sylvan. It's a ranch style house. So first floor, front window.
You want to put me approach?
You may.
I'll show you some marked mistakes. 70 through 99.
Thank you.
Do you recognize those?
I do.
Okay. And are those all pictures of the Sylvan residence at the Ferguson residence at 3720 Sylvan Place?
It would appear they are, yes.
And those truly and accurately depict the house as you found it on that August 2003 date?
Yes.
Then I move to States Exhibits 70 through 99 of evidence.
Any objection?
Yes, Judge, we'll object because of the pretrial motions that were ruled on.
All right, so your objection will be noted, overruled, consistent with my earlier ruling. So exhibits 70 through, States Exhibits 70 through 99 shall be admitted in evidence, and you may publish some of those photos.
Thank you, Judge. And Judge, you continue an objection through the photos as well.
Yes, the objection will run through the photos and any testimony regarding the photos.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Show you some marked States Exhibits 70. What is this a picture of?
It's a picture of the front of the residence.
And where would Connor and Christian's house have been located?
Their house or the room?
I'm sorry, the room.
The room is the window with the awning. That is actually their bedroom window.
You may publish all of them, but maybe some would be best, right?
Yes, correct. This illustrates there to States Exhibit 74. Now, what is this picture of?
When you immediately come through the front door, that is the dining room area on the first floor level.
I'm sorry, and can you see Christian and Connor's room? Do you know what Christian and Connor's room is in conjunction with this picture?
I know where it is in conjunction with the picture.
Yeah, you see it?
No.
Show you the marked States Exhibit 81. What is this picture of?
A photograph of Christian and Connor's bedroom.
Did you notice anything unusual about Christian and Connor's bedroom? Is there a smell?
Objection, leading.
Yes, sustained. You may restate your question.
Did you notice anything? Did anything stand out to you with regards to Christian and Connor's bedroom you entered?
Yes.
And what was that?
The overwhelming smell of urine.
Which one of these beds is Christian's? Do you know?
Yes.
Which one was his, the blue or the white?
The blue one.
In fact, right here, I think it says Christian.
I can't see that from here, but I know which bed was his. It was the one that was closest to the door.
Do you recall, was that where the smell was permeating from?
I can't. It was just over. It was a aroma that was in the room. Another picture of the room after the search has been completed, and the bed that now appears to have bed springs is still Christian's bed, and Connor's bed is the bed that still has the athletic-looking mattress cover closest to the window.
And so do you take pictures, or I'm sorry, the FBI takes pictures at every step before they remove items from the bed?
Yes.
Document what they're doing?
Yes.
Show you what's marked the States Exhibit 87. What is this picture of?
This is the batting that was closest to the box spring. So the actual springs on the mattress, this was the batting that was over top of that as it's been removed.
And it looks like there's some darker circles. Do you know what those were?
Yes,
And what were those?
that is rust, as the box spring metal was in the presence of a liquid substance that eventually over time caused it to oxidize and rust.
And this is the batting from the Christian's bed.
Yes.
Show you within marked States Exhibit 88. What is this a picture?
Same batting, other side.
And there's stains on the
Excuse
ground.
me,
Yes,
Were you there when this picture was taken?
I don't recall.
But this is the way it looked on that day.
Yes.
Show you some marked as States Exhibit 89. And what is this a picture of?
It's the picture of the underside of the mattress batting, again, where the box springs were closest to this material. It is also depicting alternate light source being used to by the evidence response team in order to determine if there was any biological material on that item.
And so let's talk about alternate light source. What, in layman's terms, is an alternate light source?
It's a piece of equipment that evidence response team members will use in order to look for evidence using light waves that is not visible to the naked eye, but when you use an alternate light source and the different settings, it can cause luminescence or things to brighten up and become very apparent if there is in fact biological material present.
And does this show what you believe to be biological material?
Yes.
Show you it's in Mark States Exhibit 90. You recognize this picture?
Yes.
And this is Christian's bed, correct?
Yes.
And what is that?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. You may answer.
Some emesis, which is a fancy nursing word for vomiting, we believe that to be vomit on the bed. Yes.
Shows the Mark States Exhibit 93. And what is this a picture of?
It's the top sheet that covered the mattress box, and it is depicting a very large circle, believed to be evidence of biological material that was on that sheet.
And shows the Mark States Exhibit 94. And what is this a picture of?
This is clothing that was identified as being worn by Christian Ferguson, top and bottom, sweatpants under alternate light source, depicting biological material, and it's resting upon the box spring of his bed after that was removed. So these were photographs likely taken by our evidence response team before the items were actually placed in a bag for transport back to evidence control room. So it's an overall photograph.
And it looks like it's taken under the alternate light source.
That is correct.
And that the majority of the biological material is here in the seating area.
That bright yellow is evidence of biological material on the top and the bottom.
Shows the Mark States Exhibit 95. And what is this picture of?
The same item, but the other side. So it's been flipped over. The other side of the clothing items are now being examined under alternate light source, and the purple ruler that's placed in the photograph is designed to give context to what size you're looking at. So that's usually done deliberately by evidence response teams, so you can have context to the size of the pattern.
Shows the Mark States Exhibit 97. What is this picture of?
After the box spring has been removed from the bed, those are the slats that are underneath. So all of the covering has now been removed and under alternate light source with a marker for size context that is biological material that is leaked onto the wooden slats that were underneath Christian Ferguson's bed. Again, alternate light source with a ruler for context, for size, alternate light source for biological material, pooling upon the bed slats underneath Christian Ferguson's bed. Alternate light source with the pooling of biological material and a purple ruler seen on the carpet, again to give context for size and scope, underneath Christian Ferguson's bed. So bed slats are present as well as the carpet.
I'm sure Dawan Ferguson and his wife bed wasn't like that.
That was biological matter.
Yes.
Julie, did you participate or know of searches for Christian Ferguson?
Yes.
Were there multiple searches?
Yes.
When you say biological material, what do you mean?
Could be the presence of blood, urine, semen. That's what alternate light source is designed to detect. Biological material is anything that is derived from the human body or could have come from the human body.
At some point, did you have occasion to do a trash collection or look through the trash at the Ferguson residence?
Yes.
And you call it trash cover?
Trash pull or trash cover. Yes.
Okay. And when you did that, what did you do? Will you explain to the jury how you did that?
I was aware that there was trash at the residence because after the search warrant was completed, documentation is going to be created by the evidence response team and signed by all the investigators. That document indicated that there were some things that were in the trash, which led me to eventually wait for the trash to get to the curb, and then a trash collection or a trash pull is where I collect the trash instead of the trash man, and I take it for the purposes of looking in it.
And when you looked in the trash, why did you want to pull the trash?
The search warrant paperwork created by and documented by the senior team leader indicated that there were diapers that were in the trash, and also 4 empty cans of Pediasure, which was part of the medical volume of liquid substance that was nutritional in value for Christian that he was receiving. And so I was curious to see the typical concept of what goes in must come out. I wanted to see what went in, and I wanted to see what came out.
And did you open those diapers?
I did.
Will you explain to the jury how many diapers there were?
There were 5 diaper bundles within the bags of trash. 5.
And were these double diapers?
Yes.
Will you explain what that means?
The diapers, when they were removed from Christian Ferguson, there was 2 diapers that were on him at the same time. So he was not wearing 1, but 2, in order to capture all of the biological material that was being evacuated from his body through the normal processes.
Okay.
And that right there should be neglect. There shouldn't need to be 2 diapers on him.
And when you opened those diapers, what did you find?
Objection relevant.
Overruled. You may answer.
Obviously, I found biological material, the evidence of urine, and in some cases, because again, there was only 5 diapers, the evidence of fecal material, and then in some of the diapers, no evidence of fecal material, but evidence of digested diaper material and the plastic. So it was literally passed through his GI tract, and there was the equivalent of digested diaper material that passed through him completely with no fecal material whatsoever.
And why did you find that relevant to this investigation, Agent Ludovico?
Back to what I said earlier, what goes in must come out. If there's no fecal material in the GI tract, and not all of the diapers had fecal material in them, then it would suggest that there was no food substance.
Speculation, Judge.
I'm sorry.
How is this speculation? This woman literally studied Christian shit and can testify that clearly he wasn't getting any nutrition. He was peeing, but he wasn't pooping all like that.
This is speculative.
So that just means that he was putting 2 diapers on Christian so that mainly he wouldn't have to change him probably all day or till the next day.
Overruled. You may finish your answer.
It would suggest that there was nothing in his GI system from food intake of some sort, but what went in his mouth eventually worked its way through his GI tract, and diaper material went in his mouth and came out his bottom into the diaper.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning.
I want to talk about the search of the house, and that search was in August of 2003, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And by the time that the search was conducted, the Fergusons had moved out of that home, correct?
We did not have evidence that anybody was residing currently actively in the residence.
And you were there for the search when the items were seized from the home, correct?
I was on the premises, yes.
Okay. And items seized were medications and food?
There were many items that were seized.
But amongst those was medication and food?
Yes.
Okay. And those items are now missing, correct?
I'm not aware of where those items are.
Okay, so you don't know where they are?
I'm not aware that they're even missing.
You don't know where they are?
Yeah, that'll be sustained. Let's move along.
One of the things that was seized was Pediasure.
I'd have to look at the list to see specific, but I'm pretty confident that was one of the items that was taken.
Okay, and that's formula?
It is a supplementation that was provided. I wouldn't exactly call that formula. It is a dietary supplement in addition to the formula that you should have been receiving.
And that can be purchased over the counter?
Yes.
And you seized 4 empty cans of Pediasure from the breakfast room in that search?
The FBI seized it, yes.
Okay. And there was a medicine can of L-arginine in the breakfast room?
According to the warrant paperwork, yes.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about the call from the payphone on the morning of Christian's disappearance. You yourself did not investigate whether Dawan called the hospital from the payphone, correct?
Correct.
Why'd she call it a breakfast room?
And you yourself did not attempt to get records from that payphone, correct?
Correct.
And you yourself did not attempt to get records from the hospital for the call before I went to the hospital?
Hey, Spicy Kai.
Now, in the course of your investigation,
All case info is in the community tab of this channel. If you go down a couple of posts, you can see the case information if you're not familiar.
and you did interview quite a few people, is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
And you did not record the interviews with those witnesses due to the FBI policy, my understanding.
Correct.
But you did do detailed memos, or you call it 302s?
Yes.
With the contents of those interviews?
Yes, ma'am.
And you typed those up close in time to after you spoke with that witness?
Yes.
And you also took copious notes before actually typing up the 302?
Yes.
And those reports are approved by a supervisor?
Yes.
Now, in the course of that investigation, I believe that you met Christian's mother, Theta, who's now Theta Person?
Yes.
Okay. And she gave you recordings of conversations that she had with then Connor. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it's conversations where they talk many times about leading up to Christian's disappearance. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you listened to those recordings?
Back then,
Back then, yes. Because they were transcribed.
Yes.
And it was more than one audio recording. I think there were several, maybe 3 or 4 recordings.
Why don't you all approach? So I'll sustain the objection. May I ask your next question, please?
Thank you. And
Just in case anybody didn't know, this is the defendant right here.
Agent Ludovico, in your investigation, you did interview then Connor Ferguson, correct?
Yes.
And I believe that interview wasn't until November 1st of 2003.
I'd have to take your word for that, or the paperwork in front of me.
But looking at the report, but the 302, refresh your recollection.
Absolutely.
May I approach?
You may.
November 1st, 2003.
Okay, thank you. And this is your 302 report of Connor Ferguson?
It is, yes.
Agent Ludovico, in the course of your investigation, you interviewed Christian's aunt, Sharon Williams, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And when you spoke with Sharon Williams, you talked with her about a conversation she had with Dawan Ferguson in May of 2003?
Okay.
Okay. We're looking at the report.
Yes, ma'am.
Refresh your recollection.
I apologize, you're asking about something that happened over 19 years ago.
Yes.
August 25th, 2003 was when the interview occurred. And yes, Sharon Williams, Rayford.
Did you get a chance to review this before?
I may have skimmed it.
Okay.
I looked at a lot of documents. There was a big box that was sent.
And like as I stated in the interview with Sharon Williams, she spoke with you about a conversation she had with Mr. Ferguson in May of 2003, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And in that conversation, she never told you that Dawan said that Theta would get the kids over his dead body, correct?
I would have to see the specifics of what was said.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm looking for that direct quote. Please.
In the conversation you had with Ms. Williams in regards to a conversation she had with Mr. Ferguson in May of 2003, she never
Is this dude right here in this chair asleep? He looks asleep to me.
told you that Dawan said Theta would get the children over his dead body, correct?
That is not a quote in the 302, so correct.
That man is literally falling asleep.
And she also never told you about a conversation she had with Dawan in January of 2001 regarding Christian's hospitalization. Is that correct?
That document is referencing when he came over the house, so that is my understanding, the only time, to my knowledge, that I had a conversation with her.
No, I'm talking about in this interview with Ms. Williams.
Is that also talking about the hospitalization as well?
No, I'm saying in your interview with Ms. Williams, she did not discuss with you about a conversation you had with Dawan in
Facts.
regards to Christian's hospitalization.
He is knocked out. He is literally fighting it. This one's butt is hurting. And he done switched and moved a couple of times. But this dude right here, the defendant, Dawan Ferguson, I called him Deshaun earlier. Dawan Ferguson ain't moved at all. Like, he really just don't, he's like a mannequin doing a mannequin challenge.
In January of 2001, correct?
No.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sure that he's gonna try to appeal. I hope that he loses every time. You get 3 times. I hope he loses every time.
Redirect.
Did you discuss, or do you recall reviewing your document? Do you recall discussing Christian's hospitalization in 2001 with Sharon Williams?
I don't remember having that conversation.
You didn't ask her about anything back in 2001, is that correct?
I probably didn't if I didn't know to ask the question or know that she had information about it.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything further?
No.
All right, thank you. The witness
Dude need to go get some coffee or something.
may be released.
He try to act like he doing some work now. He go grab the pen and shit. He ain't paying attention to nothing.
Thank you.
Lynn Ferguson, Linferg.
Now he texting somebody on the cell phone. He ain't even paying attention.
You might want to move the microphone back a little bit. Very good. Thank you. All right, you may proceed when you are ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hello, my name is Lynn Ferguson. Christian Ferguson's my brother, my older brother.
Lynn, I want to direct your attention back to the years of 2001, 2002, and 2000.
Okay, so this who Lynn is?
Okay. Specifically, I want to talk to you about interactions you had with Christian.
And that would be Connor. It was Connor, but now, okay.
During that time.
Okay.
Do you know somebody by the name of Dawan Ferguson?
I do.
And who is that person to you?
I call him my sperm donor.
Do you see Dawan Ferguson in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please point to him and describe what he is wearing?
I can't see that far, but it looks like he's wearing either a black or a dark navy blue kind of suit jacket and some kind of blue tie over a white shirt with glasses.
Your Honor, I would ask that the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant, Dawan Ferguson.
The record will so reflect.
Thank you.
So this is his child?
And Christian Ferguson was your brother, correct?
He is my brother, yes.
At some point, did you live on St. Vincent with Dawan Ferguson and your brother Christian?
Yes.
And then at a later point, did you live on Sylvan Place with your brother Christian?
Yes.
When you lived at Sylvan Place, where was your bedroom?
Closest to the front door with a window that overlooked the front.
Did you share that room with anybody?
Yes.
Who?
Christian.
Who else had bedrooms on the first
Nah, this is Lynn, his daughter, right? Because Connor turned into Lynn. And Connor was Christian's brother at the time, but transitioned into Lynn. You feel what I'm saying? That's what's going on. Right here, right now. So the person on the stand is trans, goes by Lynn, but during the beginning of this case, 2003, was uh, 8 going on 9 at the time, if my math is right in my memory and all that. So obviously didn't transition yet, and was Connor, and transitioned into Lynn, but is Christian's, brother transitioning into sister, if that makes sense.
Everyone except, well, I'll say Tia.
She said sperm donor, meaning like her deadbeat father.
And Deshonda.
Did they each have their own rooms?
Because if you just heard, I mean, we can go back a little bit, but I'm trying to save for time. But he had said that Lynn or Connor had said that Christian was her brother.
Yes.
It's just confusing because of that part. You know what I mean?
And then was there a bathroom on that first floor as well?
And the only time, I'm not trying to rush through this. We almost done though, but I also got to edit part 3, and that would be the longer of them, because the closing statements is 2 hours already before I even touch it, and about so is day 4 is 2 hours, and then I wanted to show their reaction to the conviction and things like that, and then we'll talk about how long he's been, how long he has.
Yes.
But I definitely feel like he's gonna appeal.
And then did Dawan and Monica live in the basement?
Yes.
What year were you born?
1994.
And when was Christian born, if you know?
1993.
Do you guys have
See, this the person right here. Yeah, I have I've heard of both, but mainly the baby mother saying the sperm donor. You know what I mean? But that's what I got from it. Maybe if you remind or go back to around about that time, that was about 3 hours and 26 minutes or 25 minutes ish of the live stream, is when, they originally came up to the stand and started speaking. But I heard them say that that's her brother.
Is that her close?
In my opinion, it's only complicated because the person transitioned.
Each other?
Yes.
And what month would that be?
October.
So
This is the same person now.
You're 1 year younger than Christian?
Almost.
Can you describe to the jury what Christian's physical appearance was like after he had suffered his coma in 2001?
For most of my memory, he was very, very thin, extremely, to the point at which you could see the notches in his spine. You could see
I feel you.
his pelvic bones. You could see his bones basically through his skin. He was very.
My bad, y'all.
Do you remember a time in your childhood where you would be able to play with Christian?
Mm-hmm.
He does. I thought it was his new wife's, right? The one that he married after divorce. Him and Christian's mother got divorced. I thought that was he molested her family members. You see what I'm saying? So family, in-law.
And
yes.
Would that have been before he had his coma in 2001?
Yes.
And describe what you and Christian would do or how you would play.
Oh, I didn't know
computer
that.
brain.
That's
We play Rugrats through the CD-ROM on the computer, or through the computer. Things like that.
Could Christian walk and move around?
Yeah, he's more active than me.
But all of that changed after January of 2001, correct?
I don't recall the dates. I was so young.
Do you remember when Christian was in the hospital for a long period of time?
I do remember that happening.
Do you remember how long he was in the hospital?
No.
Would you describe it as a short amount of time or a long amount of time?
A long
weeks,
amount of time.
Months?
To a child, I guess it would seem as though it was months.
When Christian was in the home on Sylvan Place, where would he be all the time?
Tied up to the bed in our room.
And what do you mean by tied up to the bed? Can you describe that to the jury?
Yeah, there was a comforter that was usually tied around his torso, around his abdomen area, and it was tied with a knot behind the bars of the bunk bed that was at times split apart. So he could not get away from that bed or from that cross-legged position.
So at one point, did you guys...
See, and that right there is abuse. And obviously, probably when the nurses came, they took that off. Or was it there when the lady, you know what I'm saying, Lakeisha Hayes was living there? You know what I mean? Like, what about the wife of Dawan that he married after separating from Christian's mother? And now Lynn's mother.
That bunk beds in? Am I following along correctly?
Yes.
And then at some point, did they become two separate beds in the room?
Yes.
And at the time that Christian was reported missing...
That part, but also, and I do not mean this to bully or attack, a lot of the times when you'll find that when males are LGBT and with girls as well, they will become, I mean, when a child is, you know, abused, then later on in life, they may run into drugs, but they also might have issues with sexuality, including, you know, transitioning or just being LGBT because they were molested and may or may not have dealt with certain trauma surrounding that. Now, I'm interested in knowing that, but however, that I'm sure did not come up.
By Dawan, were they separated?
At what time?
When Christian was reported missing by Dawan, were the beds separated?
Yes.
Now, you talked about how Christian would be tied up to the bed. Was there anything that you remember in your childhood during this time period where Christian would be left alone at the house?
Yes.
Can you describe that to the jury?
There was one situation we left the house and it was dark outside, and I remember all of the lights were out in the house. They were turned off. It's dark in the house, and I even remember asking, is Christian still in there? And we went to the Renaissance Hotel, which I called, I think, the Black Hotel back then. And I remember it vividly because we ate burgers. Yeah, we were just supposed to be having fun while he was at the house, to my knowledge, strapped to the bed in the dark.
Were there any other adults that were left with him?
No, not that I know of.
At some point during this time period with Christian, there were nurses that would come and take care of him from time to time, correct?
Yeah.
But in the evenings and over the weekends, there were no nurses in the house.
Hold on a second. Yeah, sustained. Just restate your question, please.
I would also like to point out that just seeing that abuse, right, that the brother had to endure, just being in, possibly in the room, it seemed like they said before in testimony that the kids were upstairs. They mainly stayed upstairs all the time. So Lynn had to possibly live that situation day after day with her brother in that situation, and probably maybe was afraid to step in and help or, unhook him or even care for him at all because Lynn may have gotten in trouble. Lynn, then Connor.
Would nurses be in the house in the evenings?
I don't recall when the nurses would be there.
Would you have to feed Christian at times?
The only time I remember trying to feed him, I would say no. The only time that I remember trying to feed him was the night of June 10th, June 11th, 2003 or so.
Would you ever try to clean him up?
Yes, I had to.
And why would you have to?
Because no one else did it.
Wow. Now, this is authentically the first time that I'm hearing that, because in editing, like, some of the things that were brought up was bothering me, but I just wanted to continue editing so I could get done with the video. So I did kind of just, speed for and look for things that I thought would be a problem or things that I wanted to change the view of or whatever. Wow. So this dude was just not fucking shit. I mean, I think I already knew that, but wow, fam. So you leave it up to at the time, 8-year-old child to care for the disabled son, and you're just downstairs lamping, living your life with your new wife.
We lived in squalor.
And how was Christian's appearance when you felt like you had to clean him?
He was disheveled. He was usually wearing nothing but a diaper that was soiled, and I would do the best of my ability to change those. And at certain points put clothes on him, but at other points, I guess I just figured that it wasn't even something that was necessary since he was in the same situation day in and day out.
And how old were you at this time?
I had to be like 7, 6, and then even
What? Hold on.
8 years old.
Okay, because that's when I calculated 8. So the coma situation happened in 2001. He would have been, or Lynn, excuse me, would have been 6 going into 7.
You mentioned earlier to the jury that you could see
Yes.
bones, essentially, correct?
Yes, like a year or, some months younger, obviously, at least 9 months younger. Yeah.
During the springtime leading into summer of 2003, did you notice a difference in Christian's physical appearance?
Again, time frames escape me because I was a child and I didn't really have a concept of time that I do now. But
Wait a minute, but I'm lost. The mother said that, hold on, I'm confused, because on day 1, the mother said that Connor was dead. She didn't say that Connor, like, from what I remember. Because remember, I was like, how you just got 2 children that are no longer here? That means you're a shitty ass mother. Maybe she meant like Connor is dead, far as, had transitioned into Lynn. I don't know. Like,
I remember for the majority of the time that he was mentally disabled to the extent that he was after the coma, that he just looked completely the same. I mean, just like horribly skinny. I remember even his face looked a little contorted, a little different than it used to be. He almost.
I believe in the death penalty in certain situations, definitely involving a child. This case would have qualified, in my opinion, for a death penalty regardless of the state. I know each state has their own laws and things like that regarding death penalty, if they have it or not, but bro, this is this is terrible.
Looked like everything.
And then the fact that, Dawan subjected now Lynn in this situation like that.
He was changed about him because of what happened.
Lynn, I want to talk to you about the day of June 10th leading into the next morning of June 11th. Now, you were a child at that time, correct?
Yes.
And did you share a bedroom with Christian at that time?
Yes.
Did Christian have a G button or a feeding tube?
He usually did.
On June 10th, during the day, was Christian's feeding tube in him?
No.
When did you notice it was missing?
When I first noticed him.
And tell the jury about that.
Hold on really quick. And another thing, if he was tied down, how would he have ever possibly like removed the G tube?
I mean, I don't know where I came from that day. I don't know.
Unless it just kind of got displaced, but for it to be all the way out.
It's the first time I was seeing him because this is from so long ago, but I do remember vividly coming into the room and seeing him. There was dried blood next to where his G-tube was supposed to be. It's like a drop. And his G-tube was, of course, missing. And I looked around for it, couldn't find it. Desperately looking for it because my child mind thought that there was something wrong. And
did you tell anyone?
Yes.
Who'd you tell?
Monica.
What, if anything, did Monica say?
That she already knew.
Let's talk about how Christian appeared on that day, the day that his G-tube was missing. Was there anything unusual about Christian's physical appearance or demeanor?
Yeah, he was moaning, he was groaning the entire day. Seemed that he was in immense pain.
Was there anything unusual about his eyes?
Honestly, don't.
This moaning, this groaning, what you described as immense pain, did that continue from the day leading into the night?
Yes.
And in the middle of the night, were you in the same bedroom as Christian Ferguson?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Did anyone come into your room that night?
Yes.
Can you please tell the jury about that?
Dawan came in with Monica, took Christian into...
Facts. She definitely should. I mean, the bio mom, I fought for her for a few things, but Monica lived in the home and then said that she knew that his G-tube wasn't in there. So y'all could have prevented this. They should have brought him to the hospital and had the G-tube put back in. Like, how you just live in a situation and you agreed to marry this man knowing that he is a shitty father, knowing that Lynn said that they lived in squalor. Why would you just want to do that? And you just know that this man don't take care of his kids. Like, Monica must be a piece of shit too.
To the other room, which was known as the TV room. And you could only see a sliver of that from my room. I don't think they knew that I was awake. And seeing that a struggle ensued, I heard...
Now, you could not see into the room, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So, can you describe what you heard that makes you think that it was some sort of a struggle?
Well, his moaning and groaning got more intense, it seemed. And then, all of a sudden, it stopped after some kind of struggle. I don't know what those noises were exactly, but it seemed like a struggle of some kind. And then it just stopped.
You know what happened after the moaning stopped?
I feel like I heard a whimper from Monica, and then later on, I don't know how much later, he was brought back into the room. Monica, I remember, was standing in the doorway, kind of crying, looking at him, and he didn't
What the fuck?
seem like he was doing it. He clearly wasn't doing anything he was doing before. If I look back on that memory, it seems that he was gone at that point, no longer living. But because he wasn't, I couldn't hear him breathing, I couldn't see him moving, he wasn't moaning and groaning anymore. But as a child, I don't think I really understood that.
At any point after Dawan put Christian back in that bed, did anyone enter the room again that night?
Yes.
Who?
I know Dawan came in and took Christian and comforter and took Christian out to the car.
Was it dark outside?
It was still dark.
So in my opinion, right there, he was either abused to death or just, bro, the way that it was worded, I feel like there was sex involved, and it sounded like Monica was right there, as well as Dawan, doing something to this child that there was moaning, groaning, and some type of scuffle, so some type of noise of movement. And then Monica, let out some type of emotion, like a whimper, I believe that was stated. And then Christian's dead. And then later on, Dawan comes and gets Christian and wraps him up in a comforter and brings him to the car. Exactly. You think so? Whimper from Monica, right? Like, did you come? Like, what did you do to this child, bro?
You ever see your brother Christian again after that?
No.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Cross-examination. You may, yes.
Good morning.
I mean, he very well could have just went in there and smothered him, you know what I'm saying, with a pillow, and Monica was there to help. Maybe they just decided that they didn't, maybe sex wasn't involved or whatever. But just the fact, bro, like, what the fuck? And I would imagine that now Lynn would feel like terrified. That had to have been traumatizing, just losing a brother, period, and seeing all the stuff that led up to this. Lynn definitely seen the coma situation and all that. That is trauma. I'm hoping that it's in day 4. I'm hoping that it's in day 4. I hope that Monica's thing, I haven't even looked at day 4, which would be our part 3, because now when I go back, I only have to edit day 4 and the closing arguments or whatever, and then whatever about after his conviction and things. There's a couple of little clips that I already have or whatever put away in the playlist. But man, Monica should have had to testify. She had to have testified in this case. I'm going to be editing that video because I took some time off of work. I'm going to be editing that video right after I'm done with this live. Like, I want to get that done because we going to come back regardless. Like, even if I could barely even breathe, because with a cold, it gets worse and worse and then it gets better. So we going to come back for that regardless.
So when the last time you actually spoke with Dawan, you were about 11 or 12, is that right?
I believe so.
Okay. And you have no relationship with Dawan?
That's correct.
And at the age of 14, you went into foster care?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance. May we approach?
You may. 1 second. All right. So the objection is sustained. You may ask your next question, please.
Thank you. Let's go back to June 10 into June 11th of 2003, okay? Mm-hmm. You definitely saw Christian live on June 10th of 2003.
Is that a question?
Yes.
What's the question?
You definitely saw Christian alive on June 10th of 2003.
Sorry, it's just worded weirdly. I'm sorry.
It is worded weirdly. She should ask the question rather than just make a statement like that.
What was the date?
Oh, they shut that down? She didn't get to testify? What?
June 10th of 2003.
Yes.
And before Christian went missing, you were a happy kid?
Definitely not.
No. Okay. So your testimony here today is that you were not a happy kid before Christian went missing?
Or are you talking about the last objection?
Yes, that would be my testimony.
After Christian had his coma in 2001, there were home health care workers in the house Monday through Friday.
So it keeps sounding like you're stating something to me. Could you ask that again?
After the coma in 2001, Christian's coma, there were home health care workers in the house Monday through Friday.
Why does she keep stating things to her? That's not how you ask a question. She would be like, after the coma in 2001, were there healthcare, blah, 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 at the house? Then she would say yes. That's a proper way. She's like telling her that there was these people there. We know that they were there, but why is she asking it in this form? Like, and she's dumb as hell. I swear this is like somebody that's related to Queen Op, Shell from Queen Op and Shell.
I don't know anything about that.
She's slow.
So your
Like, something wrong with her.
testimony here today is that you don't know if you had home health care workers in the house?
Okay.
That specific time period that you're stating?
Right. Because also then that would lead into possibly maybe why, you know what I'm saying? The child was removed from his custody and put into foster care at 14 when at 8 going on 9, your brother died. So what happened a number of years later? And then we're talking about Monica, right? It was Monica's family that was abused by Dawan sexually in the other case, correct? If I got that correct, then Monica definitely a goofy ass, stupid ass bitch. And I'm curious, just because of what else Lynn had to endure than Connor before being removed years later. I mean, being removed, okay, at 8 going on 9, and then being removed at 14, that's like 5 years, 6 years, something like that, right? Bro, what the fuck is going on?
No, I don't know anything about that. But
no, I'm glad he had a bad attorney. And maybe she just did, ask the stupidest questions or whatever on purpose. That could have been the thing. But, I don't know. But this shit is crazy, y'all. This shit is wild. Let's get back into it.
Christian, correct?
Yeah.
She would do anything for Dawan. Wow.
And the home health care workers would give Christian food and medicine.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to speculation at this point. She's already made it clear she doesn't know anything about the nurses. Asking her a series of questions about what they did would then just be speculation.
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Dawan would give Christian his food and medicine, correct?
I never saw it.
They would do threesomes with Christian? You saying with Christian or with the little girls? And now I'm starting to think that Christian was molested by these people, and then ultimately he ended up dying, probably because just all of it, bro. But if Monica was doing threesomes with the family members that Dawan molested, she need to be in jail too. She got to be somewhere in the end part or whatever. She got to be in day 4.
So your testimony here today is that you
with
never
other people. Oh, she just nasty.
saw your father give Christian.
She would literally then do anything, not only let his child die, because that's obviously what he wanted too, because he wasn't doing any action. I mean, think about it. If this woman would do anything for her man, right? Then if it was important to her man and he just didn't want to do it, like he was a lazy motherfucker, then Monica would have been bringing him to the doctor. Talking about Christian. Monica would have been going to get his prescription. Monica, and that would have just led me to believe, aside from all the other fuck shit about Monica, that, she just do anything for her man, and her man is lazy as fuck and don't tend to his children. And at least though she stepped up. But the fact that she would do anything for her man and she couldn't even keep his son alive, and obviously he wanted his son to die, this shit is fucked up.
Medication.
I don't recall.
When your dad was home from work.
Me neither. Like a lot of things I was confused. Like, all right, we just gonna wing it. I don't know, man. This shit is crazy. This shit is wild. This shit is wild. This shit is pissing me off now.
At night, he would give Christian food and medication.
I don't recall that happening to my knowledge now.
So you're saying you did not see your father give Christian food and medication?
No, I barely saw him.
Hold on, man.
Asked and answered.
Yeah, the objection is sustained. I think the jury has heard the question, heard the responses. Let's move to the next topic.
BPR said somebody that she knows is friends with Monica. Wow. Okay, this is crazy. I'm thinking maybe we will have like a open panel after we get done with the case on this, at some point, because I'm just interested in like, knowing more. This case is fucked up and this man ain't shit. Because after I get done with part 4, then I'm gonna, I got some other things too, but I'm also we're gonna come back to the Dawan Ferguson child molestation cases. Whatever's out there on that, I'm gonna gather it up, put it in a video, and we're gonna come and talk about it. That will probably be like Monday, honestly.
Christian would eat by his mouth, and he also ate by his G button, correct?
They were into some freaky shit. Wow.
I don't recall seeing him being fed, so I couldn't answer that for you.
So, again,
wow.
The testimony here today is that you did not see Christian get fed?
Yes. My testimony is that I did not see him be fed, or given medication. And more specifically by Dawan Ferguson.
She worked with Monica? Damn.
Okay. And Christian was an active child and would get into things he shouldn't get into, right?
At what point?
At the house with you.
No, I'm saying at what time period? Because, he was active before the coma, but after that.
Is she bogus for that? Because obviously they were little kids, so yeah, they do be active and fucking with shit and shit like that. But if this lady trying to insinuate that Christian got into something that took his life, well, then where is his remains? The father was negligent regardless in several ways, but trying to act like, oh, maybe he just discarded his body.
No, he wasn't.
Okay, so you're saying after the coma, your testimony is he was not an active kid that would get into things?
My testimony is that he was not active after the coma.
Clearly he wasn't active if he couldn't, you could still get into things if you can't talk, but he could not walk.
And Christian would sometimes pull his G button out.
Now that might be a thing because on a channel that I don't think is up anymore, I had did the trial of Tiffany Moss, Imani Moss. You know what I'm saying? I don't even remember all the case specifics, but the wife Tiffany had took the daughter's life, and the father covered it up and drove the child around in his truck to and from work for a couple of days, weeks, or whatever, and then then the case kind of came out or whatever, but at first covered it up. Like I don't know, man.
I've never seen that.
Okay, so your testimony again here today is that you've never seen Christian pull his G button out.
Oh yeah, I agree. I'm sure that this was the talk of the town, especially because it took 19 years to come out all the way. So man, I'm sure there's a lot out there. This is wild.
That's my testimony.
And
now I kind of understand why some people that hit me up during through email, they're concerned about their safety or whatever, but they wanted to tell me certain information. That wasn't necessarily one of them, but it was mainly about the abuse. But I didn't want to like go off into that because that would be looked at as hearsay, without the person.
Brother Christian had pica.
But obviously, I still believe it. There was definitely abuse in the home.
Put items in his mouth that weren't food, correct?
He did put things in his mouth that were not food after the coma.
Okay. For example, he would pull off his diapers and eat his diapers.
I do believe so. He also, I do believe so.
Okay.
And maybe was that because he was being essentially starved? And he was only 9 years old or 8 years old or 7 years old and didn't understand?
Now, In July of 2018, you went to the police with a new statement, correct?
A new statement?
You went to the police and gave a statement.
I did go to the police.
Okay. And this is a different statement that you've never told anyone else before.
Jeanette, are you talking about the child molestation case? Man, I hope there's information on that other than the article. Otherwise, I'll just post the article and we'll kind of move on. But I do want to, obviously, part 4 is going to be kind of longer. I do like the closing arguments. I think that's when it gets a little, I don't know, it's just spicy and super interesting. Sometimes I get why certain people have to testify, but sometimes, in my opinion, the relevance is petty as hell. This witness right here is definitely important, as I wanted to see the reaction from the mother, and I'm interested in seeing if Dawan Ferguson takes the stand as well. But I do hope, okay, the missing case, okay. Yeah, I haven't even looked into the sexual assault case or sexual abuse case besides if it pertained to this. That's how I found out about the sexual abuse case. And a little bit of information is in the first 15 minutes of facts in part 1 and 2. I'll do part 3 a little different, I think.
How so?
Well, your statement here today is that your brother was in another room. You heard struggling and moaning and then a whimper, correct?
Yes.
And that's the statement that you told the police in July of 2018.
That sounds to be so.
Okay. And you talked to the police multiple times in 2003, correct?
I don't recall.
So, in June 11th of 2003, you told the police that Dawan came into the room, picked up Christian, put him in a blanket, and took them out to the car.
I don't recall.
You didn't tell them anything about him taking into another room and doing something to him.
I don't recall.
In November of 2003, you talked to a special agent named Liza Ludovico. And you told her that Dawan came into the room, picked up Christian, put him in a blanket, and took him out into the car. You didn't tell her anything about taking him into another room and doing something to him.
I don't even know who that is, so I couldn't say that I recall.
You would agree that those statements are different than the one that you gave the police in July of 2018.
I wouldn't actually. It seems that they're exactly the same, save for additional information that you're claiming was not present in previous statements. So it sounds the same to me.
And then also, you got to think about it. Do you expect this person to remember what happened, a testimony or whatever, interrogation from when they were, you know what I'm saying, 8 going on 9?
Now, back in 2018, the police didn't call you to get a statement. It was your idea to go to them.
I'm going to object. Are there questions here?
These are
Hold on.
Right.
So, Ms. Steele, you seem to be reading from something, and they're not really formed as questions. So why don't you ask the witness questions? So I'll sustain the objection.
He's definitely going to appeal this because I feel like if she really tried, like if in her mind she feels like Dawan Ferguson is not responsible for his son's death, then she got to be a rookie. Like the way that she wording these questions is not, no.
Rephrase your question and make it a question, okay?
In 2018, the police did not call you to get a statement from them, correct?
I wanted to give them a statement, if that's what you're asking. They didn't ask me to give them a statement.
Okay. So it was your idea to go to them, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so they're talking about a statement from 2018, which would have been, what, 4 years ago?
Because something clicked, correct?
When did I say that?
When you talked to the police in July of 2018.
Can I see something that reads that?
Before you went to the police in July of 2018, you told your mom that you were going to go give a statement to the police, correct?
Could you reword the question? And is this, are we leaving the last question about something clicking?
Yes, I moved to another question.
Okay, so can you restate that one?
When you went to the police in July of 2018, you told your mother you were going down to do a statement, correct?
Yes.
Now, in 2004, you were interviewed by a lady named Martha Finnegan for a Children's Advocacy Center interview.
I don't recall.
You don't recall that? Okay. And back in 2003, you had a lot of conversations with your mom in regards to Christian's disappearance, correct?
Yes, I'm sure we did.
And your mom would audio record those conversations with her, correct?
I do recall a few conversations being recorded.
And sometimes at the conversations, I believe your mom's then husband, Victor Thomas, was present for some of those conversations, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. But Dawan was not present at those conversations, right?
I don't recall, but I don't believe so.
Okay. And your grandparents were not present at those conversations, right? Dawan's parents.
Oh, no, I don't recall. I don't believe so.
And
And is somebody's phone going off? Or? Okay. You may continue.
thank you. In those conversations with your mom that was audio recorded, your mom would often ask you if you could see Christian's bones, correct?
I don't recall that. I do recall divulging that information, though.
And as I said, that yourself and your mom had several conversations in 2003 over a span of months, correct?
Time would have escaped me as a child, so I can't say I recall the time period.
So your testimony here today is that Dawan was not taking good care of Christian, correct?
Yes.
But you told your mom in 2003 that Dawan was actually taking good care of him.
When?
In 2003, in
Where?
the audio conversation.
Maybe was that because at that time this child was already seeing what his brother had to go through, or now her brother had to go through, so they were terrified?
Who conversation?
In one of the conversations with your mom that she recorded.
I don't recall that.
Okay. So your testimony is you don't recall telling your mother that?
Yes, that would be my testimony.
Okay.
Because it's not like the mother was doing better than what Dawan was doing. It seemed like both of them didn't have their shit together.
And your testimony here today was that Christian G button wasn't in when you left for school?
When?
On June 10th of 2003. That day.
I don't know where I was going or where I was from, whence I was coming. I just know that his G2 was missing.
Okay. Your testimony here today is also that Dawan used to tie Christian up to the bed, correct?
Yes.
Well, you told your mom in 2003 that they actually don't tie him up to a bed, correct?
And where is that?
In the audio conversation with your mother.
Again, I don't recall that being the case.
Today, your testimony here was that Christian never had clothes on, correct?
I didn't say that. He never had clothes on.
Okay. Your further testimony here today was that when you told Monica that Christian's G button was missing, that the response was, I know.
I already know.
But in those conversations with your mom in 2003, you told her, when you told Monica that the G button was missing, she said she didn't know.
I don't recall any of that.
Your testimony here today also is that Dawan and Monica did not give Christian food and medicine, correct?
Can you restate that?
Yes. Your testimony here today has been that Dawan and Monica did not give Christian food and medicine, correct?
No, my testimony is that I did not see.
You didn't
give him medicine or food. And I actually did not say anything about Monica in that regard, but I'll go ahead and include that as well.
Okay. Your testimony today on direct was that Christian was taken into another room and there were no more sounds and you heard a whimper and you thought that he was gone, correct?
If you can consolidate it into that kind of a statement, I mean, yeah, I mean, those things happened.
But you told your mom in 2003 that they took him into another room, brought him back, and he was still moaning in his sleep.
I thought you said earlier that my testimony had no inclusion of that other room. I recall.
Ooh, the shade, child. The shade.
You never told your mom in these conversations that Dawan took Christian into another room and did something to him.
Yeah, that again?
Mm-hmm. You never told your mom in these conversations.
Again, that's not a question. That's a statement. You never told your mom. That's not a question.
That Dawan took Christian into the next room and did something to him.
That would seem to be false, what you're saying.
So you're saying you did tell your mom that?
Yeah, I told my mother that something happened to Christian.
You told your mom that he was taken into another room and killed?
Well, I didn't even say that to you, so I don't know where you're getting that from.
You're saying you told your mom that Dawan took Christian into another room and did something to him that involved struggling and moaning noises? Okay. Judge, permission to enter Defendant's Exhibit 1.
I think you all need to approach. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. You may proceed as we've discussed on the side here.
Thank you, Judge. One moment. Okay, Ms. Ferguson, you okay?
I just burped.
Oh, okay. As I had stated earlier, you remember having audio recorded conversations with your mom back in 2003, correct?
I do remember audio recorded conversation
with your mom. Okay. And I have a transcript recording of one of the conversations that you had with your mother. May I approach the witness?
Yes, and you mean a transcript of the recording?
Of the
correct?
recording, yes.
Yeah, you may approach and show, give a copy of the transcript to the witness. Ms. Schlesinger, the state agrees that this is an accurate transcript of, for the purposes of this examination, of the phone call or conversations that occurred between mom and Connor Ferguson, correct? All right, thank you. So,
thank you.
Why don't you direct the witness's attention to certain page and line numbers and ask your question.
So the pages are front and back. If you could go to page 3. And go down to line numbers 20 through 25. So I had asked you earlier that your testimony today was that Dawan was not taking good care of
Hold on a
Christian.
second.
Your Honor, I'm going to object again. Improper. We discussed this at the sidebar. She's to read the specific lines and then ask yes or no.
Okay.
You've already asked the question, so go ahead now and ask the witness if this is, if you read this accurately. So, ma'am, if you'll, the counsel's going to read from the transcript. You would read along, and she's going to ask you to confirm or deny whether she read it accurately at the end, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you. So your mom had said, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. You need to do all that you can to let me know anything that you will. Do you about Christian? Do know about Christian? Okay. How was your daddy taking care of Christian? Your answer was good. And then on the next page, your mom said he was. I mean, well, then why did you tell me about? And then you said better than before. And then she said, oh, better than before? Okay. And your answer was real good.
Ma'am, did counsel read that correctly?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
I also want to draw your attention to page 15, and it is line 10 through 17. Okay. So your mom had said, so they keep him in that bed all the time. How do they keep him in? Do they tie? How do they keep him? And you responded, no, they don't tie him. They let him roam free in his bed, but there's a little hole and he doesn't know how to. Sometimes he knows how to get out of the hole, but sometimes he doesn't. Did I read that correctly? Yes. And then I'm going to draw your attention to page 19. And it is lines 17 through 18. Oh, I'm sorry, 15. Down. Your mom asked, did you tell anybody the G button was out? And you responded, I told Monica, and she said that she didn't know. And then it ends with mom, she. Did I read that correctly? That's a weird way to end it. Yes.
You can go ahead and take the transcript back.
Your testimony here today has also been that Christian was very thin, could see notches in his pelvic bones through his skin. That's not exactly how I worded it, but yeah. Because he had notches in his spine, and you could see his pelvic bones. I had asked you earlier that,
which sounds to me like malnutrition.
About
notches in his spine, and you could see his pelvic bone. He was starving.
Conversation you had with Special Agent Liza Ludovico, and that would have been in November of 2003. And I believe you said you didn't remember that lady. I don't recall that woman nor the conversation. I've spoken to many people throughout my life. Do you recall ever speaking to a FBI agent in regards to your brother's missing? No, I don't. So is your testimony here today is that you've told other law enforcement agencies that you could see Christian's notches and pelvic bones? I don't know what I've told other law enforcement agencies. So your testimony here today also is that you were left home alone. When did I say that? I'm sorry, Christian was left home alone. Yes. You never told your mom that in the recordings in 2003?
Again, I'm going to object. This is improper impeachment. She's asking about things that don't exist. Therefore, this witness can't properly be impeached.
Judge,
The prior statement.
It is impeachment. This is testimony that she gave here today.
It is not impeachment. There's been nothing in evidence where that demonstrates this witness did not tell mother something.
Yeah, because I told her plenty of things.
Hold on a second. Did not establish.
Like, I cannot believe that this lady this defense attorney of whatever sort is just, she said impeachment. I'm dead.
Okay, so we have the answer. If you have something later which contradicts that answer, then we'll talk about it.
You
now.
don't.
The witness has answered the question, so we'll just proceed. So the objection sustained.
On the morning that Christian went missing, back on June 11th of 2003, police officers came to the house on Sylvan, correct?
I believe so. I know there were a lot of people there.
Okay. And you spoke with the police officers that morning?
I spoke with the people in my living room or in the TV room.
Okay. Which were police officers?
I mean, as a child, I didn't know who they were. So,
And you spoke with them when they came to the house that
Right. I'm like, he's got patience out of this world, because some judges would have been called her out on a lot of things. Now he did correct her on some things, but I think he got patience.
morning?
Because right when she got to asking, quote unquote, asking those questions that were actually statements, it would have been an issue.
Yeah. And you did not tell the police officers about your brother having an appearance of skin and bones and pelvic bone showing, correct?
I'm going to object again. One, counsel's testifying. There's been no questions. And two, we just discussed this. She's asking her about absence of evidence.
The objection sustained. Next question.
Let's hope not. Let's hope that's not the case. But I definitely see what you're saying.
You spoke with the officers at the house that morning. You did not tell them, well, I'll rephrase it. Did you tell officers that morning that you heard a struggle in the other room and then you heard nothing else?
I don't recall what I told officers, as I've stated before. I recall what seared into my brain that night.
Nothing further.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
Yes, sir. Ms. Ferguson, you were approximately 8 to 9 years old when all of those conversations defense counsel just asked you about took place.
Yes, I was.
Do you remember every conversation you had with every person about your brother Christian during those years?
I certainly don't.
Did you talk to lots of people about what happened?
I almost feel like lots is an understatement.
Ms. Steele just showed you a couple clips from an audio recording with you and your mother, and you read those and acknowledged those statements. Very briefly, was there a reason why you would tell your mother that Christian was being cared for and fed by his father at that time?
Yeah, the same reason that I told DFS on many occasions what he wanted me to tell them, because I was being abused.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Any email? All right, so you ready to go? So it's my understanding you did have one more question to ask.
And yes, it is a clarifying question. Lynn, I'm talking about at the time when you were talking to your mother, when we were talking about at that point about concerns or fears, you are not talking about the defendant, Dawan Ferguson, correct?
I'm sorry, could you restate that?
When you were having those conversations with your mother after Christian was reported missing,
Which were recorded,
yes.
Okay.
And we're talking about concerns you had and why you said those things to your mother at that time. You were not talking about the defendant, Dawan Ferguson, correct?
Regarding those concerns?
At the time after Christian was reported missing.
Yeah, I was talking about him.
All right. Okay. Any other questions?
No.
All right. Thank you. You may take a seat.
So there was that, y'all. Oops, I don't know why I muted myself, y'all. So there's that. Honestly, I really don't even want to play no outro music because I want to get right into editing this. It's already gonna take some time. I'm trying not to be lazy because I'm not feeling too good, but after editing, I still have to upload it, which if it's like a 3-4 hour video, it takes about 2 hours, with how heavy the file is and shit like that. So, man, I want to still come back tonight for 11 p.m. To talk about this. I might set it for early. It just depends how much time I get to sleep after I edit it, because I'm not working today. But how much time after I edit it, get it uploaded, and then because it's got to render too, so all that takes time. And then also maybe we'll come early, but at least expect me at 11 p.m. tonight. I'm interested in finding out the rest of this story, and this shit is crazy. I feel like Lynn, then Connor, um, you know, them ending at that time for the day was powerful in my opinion, but I do think that defense attorney, that lady with the twist, I feel like she just doing a little bit too much or whatever with the questions and shit. But if anybody know me, I like the opening closing statements a lot, as well as certain people that testify. I think I kind of went over that earlier. So as it ramps up for, part 3, day 4, it would be day 4 and then the closing arguments as well. So I'm gonna get off of here and get to editing that so that we have a video to do tonight. Again, I wanted to get this case done. I have a couple of other things that are kind of shorter that I'll probably premiere this weekend if I'm feeling up to it. But then also I want to try to come back for Monday, the whole sexual abuse situation, or at least put up a video about that. So anyway, y'all, I got a lot of editing to do. Much love. Thank you for those that were up in here that supported one way or another. I appreciate you guys. This case is crazy, and I do understand why people may not want to come up and speak up about it, but I will offer the opportunity coming up here shortly. But just the fact that there was a lot of, it seems like they were swingers, him and Monica. And I will always have that question. I mean, it wasn't talked about in the, with Lynn. Did her father touch her? But I'm sure that it was purposely that question was not asked because it wasn't supposed to be inserted into this story, into this case. That's what I'm saying. So, anyway, much love, y'all. Stay royal, stay uncompromisable, and please stay woke, because you will see me, hear my voice, or be watching one of my edits coming soon. I appreciate you guys. I'm about to get to editing, y'all. Much love. Bye-bye.